Huh? Hang on a second. There I am. Bonsoir. Hello. Hi, everybody. All right, let me catch you with chat. Welcome in. Hello, Sly, you're first today. Rando, hello. Kieran, thank you for picking up your daily coins, everybody. Rando, always gotta be eating dinner. Oh, did you want me to starve? It's Sunny. Hello, Kane, what's up? Hello, Karina. Hello, Seema, not me forgetting to do the prompt, that's all right. I just hit a brick wall creatively for this prompt. This is one of those prompts where I feel like I put it out just to see, well, it was one of those like, let's keep it simple and see how many people it trips up. That's sparkling water. All right. Hello, Grixt. Thank you for lurking. Hello, Zozo. Oh, man. You have a custom Zozo groovin'? Let's go. I unfortunately got too much to write and will only have a snippet that's ready to be seen by the time we're off the screen. Oh. The snippet's gonna be fire. Don't you put that on me. Fine, it'll be ice cold. Hello, Garland. Hello, Emblem. Pants grab. Pants grab. With the piano. Anyways, hopefully everyone's having a good Friday night. I got home like maybe half an hour ago. Very long day of work today. Also ended up staying up really late to help my brother with something. Don't put that on me. You don't want it ice cold. You don't want it hot fire. Fine. It'll be just right. Will that settle it, Goldilocks? Let's see here. My screen. Oh, MFG. For those of you who aren't in the know, this snippet will be the perfect temperature. True. Hey, Shucks. Good to see you. You're right. As I usually am. Except when I'm not. Put that on Headless. Don't put that on them. Anyways, for those of you not in the know, this week's prompt was chasing waterfalls. You know, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people have different connotations or memories whenever they see this phrase in particular. Most people will think of the song by TLC. Don't go chasing waterfalls. That's the one. I can't stand any of you. Why am I here? Yeah, that's why you sit down for us. It's too bad Worker isn't here. He would get a kick out of this. What was I on about? Everyone's out there playing Guilty Gear Strive. Here I am doing my reading and writing thing. So that I don't burn out. Not even that. I don't know, I got a lot of things on my plate right now. TLC, oh my god, hi Worker. That used to be a good TV channel. That is true. That used to be a good TV channel. I'm just taking it as literally as I find it funny. True. Some people out. This is apparently also the name of a 2021 movie called Chasing Waterfalls, where a dude goes and tries to take pictures of waterfalls and meets somebody. You know. I got a new phone today for practically free. Let's go. Another thing people think of is
You're a waterfall. Fucking god am.
Worker, thank you for subscribing for 5 months now. As always, enjoy the emotes. The fact that you don't have to watch ads upon coming into the channel. In fact, that you farm channel points faster than the average person. Wowee. Yeah. I'm a waterfall? Does that mean you're gonna chase me? The only thing I don't like is I got a Pixel 10 Pro and the back camera sticks out like a whole inch. No, I guess you need to get a case that will protect the camera then. It'll jet out a little bit, it's fine. A 30 stream streak out here farming points. What are you even gonna use them all for, man? Congratulations on your 30 stream streak. 1 whole month of brawn. All this carbonation is gonna result in the burp later, I swear. But anyways. The other thing, you know, funny enough, the first thing I think of is not the song by TLC. The first thing I think of when I see Chasing Waterfalls is that one guy in the movie The Other Guys, where it's a buddy cop movie featuring Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg, and it's so funny. And their boss is this guy who keeps accidentally quoting TLC and has no idea what they're talking about. Like, did you just quote TLC? And I don't know what you're talking about, right? And he also works so many part-time jobs, other than outside of like working at the police precinct. So they go find him at like a Walmart or whatever when he's doing his shift. They're like, guys, I'm kind of busy here. You know, we're in the middle of our like, what's it called? Our busy season at our during shopping rush. And they said, like, we're on the middle of this case. We need your help. Can you give us a lead? And like, he looks around, puddles them up in the corner, and he says, don't go chasing waterfalls. You just quote TLC? I don't know what you're talking about. Months long. I'm kind of just using the box as a temporary case until I get one on Monday. Yeah, all good. But hey, you have a new phone, so that's cool. You can use it for different things. I don't know. Well, the only phones I know that have good face tracking are iPhones, unfortunately. So I was gonna say, well, even then, I don't know how much into V2. Actually, what am I saying? You're gonna be, well, no spoilers, but I know you have plans. So what am I saying? Yeah, you would love some new technology. I didn't even have to trade my old one. Yeah, you'll be able to use that phone for other things now. Kind of like how I have my old phone still. But it's so old that I can't really use it for anything other than looking at Twitch chat. But the thing is that the battery drains very quickly. But I swear, man, nothing is made to last these days. Everything is built to be replaced. And that's the problem. Consumerism has doomed us. My phone was 7 years old. I think my current one's like 5 years old now. It's still kicking though. Let's see here. As expected, there is only one submission so far for the weekly prompt. And it's right here. Well, actually, I don't even know if Yofate's here right now. So maybe I'll hold off on this one. Battery was shot and was running out of space. Yeesh. Oh shit. I have a 10-year-old phone. I always forget to submit. 1 sec. Alright. 1 second has passed. It's time to upgrade for a new one. You have a 10-year-old phone? Yeah, you should probably upgrade, huh? I can just log in and make something in like 30 minutes if you want. Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing, right? A lot of people do it here, and that's kind of the whole point. Not really. Like, I would encourage you to do it ahead of time, but I don't do it ahead of time. Because I never know if they were going to have time. But even then, I guess that's not really the point. The point of this is just to get people moving. Just exercise your creative muscles, you know? Don't worry about perfection. Hey, Elsie. Good to see you again. Thank you for the daily coin pickup. I lost my train of thought. Verizon was basically like, you've had your current phone too long. Have a free upgrade. Maybe we could see you a warranty or something. You know, that's what happened with my phone too, actually. See, my parents came back and said one day, like, get rid of your flip phone. We are getting you a new phone. I was like, why? Because you're part of a family plan, and the family plan includes a free new phone. So we're getting you a new phone. And I said, okay. So then that's how I got my first smartphone. I'm gonna scarper off for a sec. All right. I've never seen this word before. Hold on. You mean scamper? I'm so curious. Scarper. Oh my goodness, this is a real word. To run away, flee, or escape. Where'd you learn this one?
Scarper.
Yeah, I just figured that out, thanks. I was like, where'd you learn this one? It's way more fun to say. I'm gonna scarper away. Scarper off. I'm scarpering.
Scarper.
I didn't like the way the bird said it. My first phone was shared with the entire family. Jesus. Was it one of those like classic phones or? Your train of thought? Oh, thank you. Well, that's quite the compliment. I'm the whole ass train. A Nokia? Damn, those things are indestructible. That Nokia, I know, right? Oh man,
Jump scare incoming. pants ครับ
If you wore pants, I would give you a wedgie, you fat bird. What was I saying? Right, the old Nokia. Man, I missed Nokias. I also miss whatever phone allowed me to play Snake on it. Snake being that classic game where you are like a little line, and then there's a dot on the screen. You have to go move over to it using the up, down, left, right arrow keys, and when you eat it, you become longer, and then you keep doing that until you try to beat your high score. I miss playing Snake on the Nokia phone. I don't remember if it was a Nokia or something else, but that was the thing. Yeah, Snake.
Snake. That's a Nokia phone. They're famous for being indestructible. Indestructible, huh? When was the last time you seen one of these, Otacon?
Sorry. Looks like someone else speed ran something as well. You said, you know, what is it? Speed ran? Sped run? Sped ran? The old phone games were so good. I agree. I played on Nokia too. Yeah, I miss those days. Snake goes hard for trying to slack off in class. True. Spud Ren. That's not right. That's a potato. Sped ran. I say sped ran, speed ran, sped run. It's like the word passersby. It's not passerbys. It's passersby. It trips me up every time. I had such a good joke, but it's mean. I mean, if it makes me laugh, then I'll give you the pass. And as long as it's not at the expense of anyone else except for me. By the way, which stream did you watch in order to get your little NASA badge, worker? Was it when it came back, or was it when it was launching? The NASA streams? Yeah, I know, but which one? The process of moving all your data to a new phone is amazing and terrifying. You know, you just say transfer after you say, are you sure? And then you just watch everything get ported over. I missed the launch, but I caught them going around the moon and then picking up the astronauts. Oh, that's cool. You don't even need physical SIM cards anymore? Yeah, you don't. It's all digital. It's mean. I think it's average. Are you sure? This is way funnier than what I was going to say. And it's much nicer. Funnier and nicer? This means your joke is quite trash. People were getting hacked enough when they were physical. That's true. Now you can spoof them? If you're transferring Android to Android, it's a cinch. Just plug in the C2C cord? True. These days you don't even need a cord though. You can just do it wirelessly. And that's the crazy thing to me. Oh my god, that's a Bing Bong Love. That is a Bing Bong Love badge, I just realized. Mine was pretty good. Kane's just that much better. You didn't need a cord? Yeah, exactly. We can coexist, it's our child now, but where's the joke? I didn't even see it. Oh, this one looks like someone else speed ran something as well. Oh, you mean you're the joke? Ah! It's like a 5 out of 10. Like, you finally make one that actually makes sense, and it's the one that everyone's heard before. You're a joke. Anyways, we got 3 submissions now. Okay, so let me go ahead and get these out here. Another word for average. Do tell. Excuse me. There's the burp. My lifespan is but a jest. I hope that's a good one. I hope you last long in this world. I hope that you never expire. All right. I think I've got it. Okay. Let's start with workers and work our way backward. I don't write poetry all that often. I tried something new to get over this creativity block. All right. Clown got a lot of plot armor. No one has ever decided to kill him. I mean, if it's funny, then why, you know, nothing wrong there. I need the right ambiance for this. That's what I was gonna say. It rained today, guys. But it was like one of those rains where, what's the word? It didn't really rain, but it was enough to get everything kind of, what it's called, inconveniently wet. So, you know, I wore a raincoat for nothing. Excuse me. First up the bat today, gang shit. Got this gamer, I believe you. It's stylish. Rain noise, goated. Oh. Maku, my VTuber sibling. Thank you for raiding with a party of 4. Welcome in, raiders, hello. My name is Francois, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. Hey, welcome in. Trying to... What? Why is my mouth flickering? Oh, it's probably because I was... what's the word? Too far in front of my microphone, so the camera couldn't see my mouth move. Oop. But hey, hope you had a great time playing Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. God, I really want to play that game one day. Unfortunately, I don't have a Switch 2, but that's okay. I can wait. Also, that reminds me of another thing. I came home like an hour ago, had dinner, but I also hopped on Twitch for a hot second. Thing is, though, sorry, I had to cough. What was it? Right. My Twitch chats aren't going through again. It's having that same problem where I type in the chat, press enter, I can see it, no one else can see it. But welcome in, Maku, hello. Hoi, the epic yay.
Vô man the
Yay,
băng yêu,
yay.
your mouth seem to be sucking whenever you look to your right. Okay, you have been informed. Up and away. Ha 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 mel.
Yes, I know that. It's all because when I look all the way to my right, what's it called? What happens is that the camera stops seeing me, so it starts doing that weird looking thing. But I already know that. You can play it on the Switch 1? Oh my goodness, it's on the Switch 1 also. Damn. Huh. Just how it be sometimes? It's true. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, for example, one of the things I typed in Twitch that was not seen earlier, as I came in, and Maku was making a ghetto from JJK. I won't mention what was said, but immediately I was like, is that who I think it is? Unfortunately, the message didn't go through, but at least I can say it verbally out loud. Please. Zozo gets it. Please. What do you want? Please without context gets you nothing. Imagine Switch 3 Joy-Cons are drifting. Except this time, they've taken to the streets. We need a stream where, like, you just yap about something random, because, like, how somehow make it so interesting. And the epic yay. Thank you for the fall, I appreciate that. Your omnipotence, have mercy. 4K again. Caught? Thank you, I appreciate that. Can I get some cots in my chat? Like, all caps, CAUGHT. Can you guys type cot real quick? Yeah, one of my favorite emotes. Not that one. The other one. Thank you. Yay! Yay! Dad, curse you! I'm supposed to keep it down. My brother is sleeping because he was so tired. I took a nap during my lunch break today. I just sat down on the couch, leaned back, and then blacked out for 20 minutes. Oh no. Caught. Okay, all right, all right. Lunch break? Yes, a lunch break. Pants grab, caught, pants grab. It's one of my favorite emotes. It's like, oop, you got me, oopsie. Employed boy? Yes, I do have a job. It won't be a job for long, but, you know. I also napped during my lunch break today. Did you also stay up late doing things? I'm back. I was working on writing all day and forgot to eat. Oh. Yeah, I feel that. Thankfully, I've had dinner. My stomach is satiated. I'm okay. So we're fine. You know, though, on the topic of just having a stream where I just talk about things, I already do that on pretty often, but if it's just that, you might be wondering, how do you, this is a skill anyone can pick up. How do you make talking interesting? The first part is content. Is what you're saying interesting? Right? Do you care about what you're talking about? Anything can be interesting, actually, as long as you care enough about it. And I don't. That's why I don't do it. All right? Let me have my small tangent while people continue doing their creative writing. As long as you care what you're talking about, what you're talking about, anything can be interesting. That is rule number 1. All right? Or tip number 1, I should say. Tip number 2, pacing. Depending on how well spoken you are, you probably will, on average, say or ah, or not even think about things for the most part. It comes with practice for sure. Unlearning how to say or ah and other filler words like. You get the idea, right? To the stream topic, currently writing a comic and I need a character idea. What is a cool, more darker personality trait? Depends on what you mean by darker, right? For example, strong silent type is usually considered a dark character trait. As in, they always are by themselves. They never speak to anyone unless spoken to. And they keep their conversations curt. That's one. I bet you that's a lot of channel points that you did not read the full number and you didn't realize I put a letter in there. I just said that's a lot of numbers, actually. I didn't put a letter in there, and yet you still look back. Now you owe me a cookie, not actually. I didn't actually look back, though. So I don't owe you a cookie. I just said that's a lot of numbers. That reminds me of a test back in elementary school that we once took. It was a test for fun. Our teacher gave us a sheet of paper with a list of instructions on it, like numbered 1 through like 50. And the first thing she said was, listen carefully to all the instructions. Right? And then she starts reading off each of the steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 50. And the steps are like, write your name in the thing, circle the word thing, etc. Put a square around this part, underline this word here. And we are all diligently doing exactly as the instructions say. And then at the very end of it, she says, that concludes the instruction listening portion. You may now begin the test. And it was a lesson in how sometimes you can get so caught up in what you think you're supposed to do that you're not actually paying attention to what you're supposed to do. Case in point. Dark in what way? Sadistic, narcissistic, totalitarian, worldview, uncaring, etc. Oh, nihilistic is also one. I always hated those tests, but it taught me a valuable lesson. Specifically, listen? Exactly. We weren't supposed to do anything. Only like maybe 2 people in the entire class actually listened first. Although the fun part was actually just doing the test. So even though we technically quote unquote failed, I still had fun and I got that experience. Slashback this year? I did not buy a ticket. I know it's this weekend though. Funny enough though, I might be in town doing something else as an errand. It's a little out of the way for me, but I might be in town. So if you're at Slashback, I might stop by and say hi. But I'll probably DM people I know who are already there. Why did they replace the emoticon with emote? Where? Oh, you mean the sad face? Because that is the emoticon. I mean, the cheat code is just to add a space. Just add a space. Autism is a spectrum. That's correct. There are many ways you can be autistic. Like, there are different extremes to it for sure. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. You gotta add a space after the colon. I had one like that where it said, read everything before starting, and the back page would say to ignore certain questions. Yeah, exactly. It was one of those. The protag is forced happiness, one side character is chronic opportunist, and another has a very absurdist, apathetic personality. That sounds like a setting ripe for either misunderstandings or interesting conversations. A shame I can't be there this year, but it's Cambodian New Year, so I'm going to be enjoying myself by eating a lot of good skewers. Oh my goodness, drink sugarcane juice. Someone's living the good life. Happy New Year. You doing what to cane? You drink the sugarcane juice? Be right back, rebranding to sugarcane BT. I could be sweet for you. Now, what was I saying? Oh, that's right. Tips on making or sounding interesting at the very least. I had to clear my throat. Here's another thing to think about, right? Sometimes people will have some very interesting things to say, but because of the way they say them, it becomes very boring and hard to listen to. No offense to anybody. Usually this is a result of monotonous talking, droning on in the same pacing, and it just sounds like you don't have a lot of interest in what you're actually saying, even though you do. And part of it is showmanship. Part of it means thinking how to put words together and not just read off a script, right? Don't just use that one reading voice you have when you recite things in class. You're reading off the textbook. In 1999, Christopher Columbus did not discover America because America was already inhabited by the indigenous peoples, etc. It was not 19, by the way. That's incorrect. Kirby dance. Oh, let's go. He poofed into sugarcane. It's more interesting the less I say. I don't know about that. Interesting conversations mostly, yeah. The absurdist is bemoaned by a lot because she is way too forgiving, as she is sort of detached from the tragedy that the villains inflict. But she defends her choice to spare them with how she believes that if their future will bring good, it's worth ignoring their past just to bring more good into the world. It's one of those naivetes that will either bring about good change or end up coming back to bite them later. Gonna work on something important. Have a good reading and writing stream. Thank you, Karina. Have a good one. How about talking in a thick mid-Atlantic accent? Does that work? I've seen people that pick up accents for fun. I grew up with a guy in middle school, and he was completely, like, normal speaking. And then he went to a different high school, and I later met up with him at a library one time. He was volunteering. And I say, hey, long time no see. And he looks up at me, he smiles, and he just, in a completely Australian accent that he's never had before, says, hey, governor, how you doing? And I'm like, huh? And I think I asked him straight up, like, have you always had that accent? I was like, yeah, as long as I can remember. And I was like, I don't think so. But I didn't say that out loud because at that point in my head, I thought to myself, this is not worth my time getting into. If he's convinced, I'm just going to leave it alone. I do not see this guy often enough that I'm going to pry. Not the Aussie LARP. The Aussie accent is really funny to fake if you can get away with it. I have an Australian cousin. I am very familiar with the Australian accent, although it comes and goes in terms of accuracy for me. A lot of it, though, is just it's like doing a British accent, except your mouth is more broadened and it's more, and most of the things you're saying are formed in the back of your throat. Your mom discovered America first, which quite frankly is impressive. Wow. Vikings discovered America. Well, actually, America was not, okay, how to put this? When we say discover in history, we mean that you, as individuals, found this place that you did not know existed, but you do not claim the existence. It didn't just start existing after you found it. It's been here. You know, people lived here before then, and they didn't find it either. They walked here, and discovered the land, and they decided, I'm going to live here. It's like it's like if I've never heard of Europe, and I went there and I saw Europe for the first time, and like I've discovered Europe despite them having their own civilization and peoples and doing all different things, right? Imagine that. How silly would you look? Same thing. Christopher discovered for Europe specifically. Yeah, and even then, right? There were other. Thank you, Epic. There were other people who definitely discovered it, but the person who made the big stink about it was Columbus. And even then, right? There was a lot of problematic things there. So you did put a symbol in that number. I didn't say that's a lot of numbers. And I did look back. And so I don't owe you pizza. People already sometimes think I'm from Aussie so I just played up a bit just to screw with my students. You have students? You're a teacher? Rediscovered by the Western world is the usual academic term. That's a much better way to put it, I think. Doesn't sound right. The internet was discovered when I first logged on. That's just irrefutable. I could never argue that with this, nor do I want to. I would low-key love to share a lot more about my comic. I think that's wonderful that you got something going on. Like, that was actually really interesting to read into your thought process on how you've been doing characterization. I need fans to really motivate me. I mean, hey, there's people here. If you want to do a weekly thing, right? Actually, it wouldn't be weekly. So, for those of you who don't know, not everyone has time to do the weekly prompt, right? But they still want to write for it anyway, so they'll need more time. And so at first I was like, all right, I'll do the weekly prompt every 2 weeks then to give people more time. But that just ended up making people procrastinate longer, which didn't really work out. Because then I'd have these streams where I'm like, what am I going to do? And do I just repeat the same thing twice in a row? Right, it doesn't quite work like that. So my other plan was, okay, so weeks where we're not doing the prompt, I'll just do something else. But would that defeat the purpose? I don't know. Well, actually, that's not a bad idea either. Because if you do it every other week, then you have 2 weeks to work on it, and then I do like I do a reading stream maybe for a book or something on weeks we're not doing the weekly prompt. That could work. Right now, though, what I'm trying is I'll do 3 weeks of weekly prompts, and then the 4th week of a month, I'll do a anything goes showcase. So if there was a prompt that you missed, which you really wanted to show off because you need more time, or you have this other piece that you want to show off, but it's not relevant to the theme, just put it in for the anything goes portion of the month. And that way everybody gets to benefit. Right? That's my current plan. What's a good website to share it? Let's see. People go back and forth. If you want to put things into organized chapters, then I hear Wix is a good website for that. Outside of that, if it's not fan fiction and it's original, then you really can't use AO3. So no go there. But there are websites to post your work for sure. Why you always gotta be 2 steps ahead of me? Crying with the number 2 held up. Peace sign. I'm a little smart, let's just say that. Nothing says a healthy creative process like external validation. This is true. There's a Home Depot down the street. Not those kinds of fans. Hi, Kenji. What's up? Wix uses AI still stuff probably. AO3 allows images. Oh wow, I didn't know Wix uses AI nowadays. This I was not aware of. What else have I used in the past? What's that one space website? No, not space per se, but I have an idea. I need to look it up real quick though, because we have to take a 3-minute ad break. Heavily extroverted, so the more people around, the better. I see. You need a writing group. I imagine for comics it's a bit more difficult. I think so, but well, if you wanted to publish comics, no, don't use DeviantArt. That's also filled with nothing but AI these days. There are websites for sure. I'm gonna look into something real quick. Being stuck in legit hell, Idaho, I have none naturally. There's got to be an Idaho writers workshop somewhere. The local college must have people who like writing. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute ad break. Go use the restroom, get a snack, get some water, go do what you gotta do. And we'll be right back after these messages. I'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. Hello, people. Virgo, thank you for raiding with a party of 10. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Bronsois, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. But hey, welcome in. Don't mind the bird. That's Shih Tzu, which is short for shit swallow, which is short for shit swallow, which is short for shit swallower. He's the bane of my existence. All he does is eat my food, be fat shit in my sink, and be really annoying sometimes. I hope you had a great time playing Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator. Reminds me of the 90s. Be back. But yeah, Raiders, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Please do get some rest. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. Now y'all know where to find me. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, that's right. So I was looking at that for the website. Should I spoil one of the biggest twists in the comic, or are people actually interested in it? I mean, it depends. I mean, if you want to be open about it, then we might be able to comment on what we think what the twist is, and then we can help you workshop it if you want. Right? That's up to you. Chat loves this bird. Yeah, I could tell. The bird says please and speaks in Vietnamese. But yeah, I'm surprised when you said that your local college only uses AI, which is really concerning and highly questionable, because if even the old school professors are using AI, then something about that doesn't sound right to me, because I feel like any self-respecting college professor would not approve of it.
Scalper.
Any self-respecting college professor, I don't think would encourage the use of AI. I think if you went there and talked to somebody, you would get a pretty interesting conversation. That's just what I believe, though. It's more common than you think. My college is also starting to use AI, and low-key pisses me off. I mean, I'm not talking about the curriculum. I'm talking about the professors themselves, right? I'm not saying go get a college course. I'm saying go talk to an English professor. Or find out if there's a writing club. You know? Because writing clubs are usually open to anyone in the public. But then again, I hear college security is different these days. Speaking of something different these days, I found out the name of the website where I used to publish stuff for a class, and it's called WordPress. And I tried to get on WordPress, and it says apparently the website is now privated. Unless you have an account or make an account, you have to be let in by the owner of the website now. That's crazy. Idaho is a red state. Conservatives hate using their brain, therefore AI usage, even in creative writing. Ironically, the higher-ups had to try forcing out the AI. I figured that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's the base that's using it? Oh, no. I don't like it, obviously, right? From a personal creative standpoint. My brother doesn't like it either, but he also acknowledges that it's a changing world, and that if we don't adapt, then we can't regulate it, if that makes sense, right? It's a good tool, but the way people are using it is both unregulated and dangerous. Hello, Gurdra. But yeah, Binks, what? Oh my, where'd you get that emote? Damn you. I personally think it doesn't really have any place in an educational context, and we use it as a way to outsource our thinking more than anything else. I like the way that you put it. It's outsourcing your thinking. Prime sub for the win. Oh my god. Thank you, Binks. I appreciate you. Stop! Stop twerking in my... Stop! Stop twerking in my... Use the other one. Stop it! Stop twerking in my chat! Stop! Okay. We're good. We're good. AI is a direct insult to the gift of human creation, and I will never respect anyone using it in the creative fields. I agree with this. You know, funny story, what happened to me the other day. Because I was... What's it called? What's the word? A poetry group asked me to feature as their featured reader for an event. And I said, yes, that sounds great, right? And then a few days later, they come back and tell me, hey, I made a flyer, promotional thing that I'm putting up on Instagram, etc., right, for you. And they showed me it, and this is after I sent them, like, my bio and my photo, right, for promotional material purposes. And I realized very, very quickly, if not instantly, like, something's not right here. I am pretty sure that's AI. And sure enough, I asked them and said, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't have a lot of time recently, so I just plugged it into an AI to make a flyer for me. And the funniest thing is that they plugged my face and whatever else, and it just kind of became a whole other Asian guy. Like, that's just straight up not me. At any rate, I promptly expressed to them that I was very unhappy with this, and they profusely apologized and quickly put together a different flyer by hand, like using their own creative skills. And even though it wasn't the best flyer I've ever seen, but it was human made with like care and love. I said, this is beautiful. Thank you. This is why I keep saying this. The art of making shitty thumbnails and flyers will quickly become a lost art form if we do not continue to make shitty flyers and things like that. All right? Like, did you guys see my funny ass shitty thumbnail? Or as I like to call my one of those fuck ass thumbnails that I made the other day. Yeah, here's the one. My Damon and Baby flyer or post I made. This one right here. You won't believe Arxis did what? Whoa. Hollywood Swa. But yeah, protect the baby peak. I know. I made it myself using Canva. Forgot to put the checks on my work. They're there now? Yeah, no, I heard you earlier. Oh my... No, stop it. Oh my... They're throwing it back. They're throwing it in a circle. Using it for medical stuff like finding illness and MRA scan? Amazing. True, I agree. That's different type of AI. We're most of the time LLMs. Yeah, but even then, right, well... LLMs that help you answer questions like a Google thing would is pretty convenient, actually. Not the way that AI summarizes like in Google thing. That's not good. But if you need like something like, hey, do a quick calculation for me on this really complicated thing because I do not have a calculator on me right now. Convenient, right? Stuff like that.
Your hearing mess Scarper.
Oh my god. Scarper. They hit you with the Dis 5. Oh my god. You mean like the... Oh, I know what you're... Yeah, like the new NVIDIA thing. God, I hated that. Legally, you don't even own it. Using it to make your OC design, you do not deserve to call it. Yeah, legally, you don't even own it, according to the Federal Courts of America. If someone wants to commission with AI work, I would rather prompt it myself than pay a third-party thinker. That's what I'm saying. I'll do it myself. If I get anything written and submitted to me with AI, I'm issuing a polemic about the group piece. I need to remember. I know I've heard this word before, and I've forgotten what it means. A polemic is a controversial argument, especially one refuting or attacking a specific opinion or doctrine.
Bớt scare. On số hết. If I am Vietnamese, why do I always xua chồng quân mà?
Because it can pronounce Chinese too. Anyways, it's a person engaged in or inclined to controversy, argument, or refutation. I'm gonna continue reading chat here. It's better to be a shitty but human than mediocre but AI generated. True, actually. I still love that like image on social media where like the response image, it's like one of those reaction images and it's just handing you a pencil with that one smug look on their face like, here's the pencil. Damn, they turned you some famous Hollywood Asian dude? They kind of did. Actually, no. They made me look like like every other random Asian dude on LinkedIn, bro. I don't know how else to explain it. It was so bad looking. I really want to get into like my more hateful rants about AI, but I would really start pushing TOS in my... Remember. Yeah, what's it called? Rule number 1 of my stream is respect the stream, respect each other, and respect yourself. Part of respecting stream means not like claiming all of the chat real estate space You know, not clogging up and spamming messages, being considerate of others, not being hateful and things like that, even if you feel very strongly about something, right? We try to be civil here. That's part of respecting the space. It's so funny. Hold on. And the clicking, yeah, the circle of and fucking, oh yeah. Yeah, I did that on purpose because I was like, what is the dumbest thing I could circle here? And oh my god, he's throwing it back, sir. I cannot attack. What you lack, I'm putting in the sack. I'm throwing it back. Speaking of work, read my garbaggio procrastinating boy. I'm sorry. Hold on. I kid. You hearing me, Scarper? Don't trust Google's AI. I would know. I work on it. Yeah, no, I don't trust it. Google's AI summaries are often incorrect, and that's why I just go straight to the Wikipedia page, because Wikipedia is made by people. And even though they're not always cited, they're actually really diligent about what and who they cite, by the way. I just want to let you guys know that. Like, Wikipedia is, even though it's not recognized as a legit encyclopedia, it is very much a legit encyclopedia. Kata, hey, welcome in. You have 59 coins. You actually supposed to have 60, because the other day when you got on, the bot wasn't working. So I wanted to give you your coin back, but you weren't here, so I had to give you an extra coin. Speaking of worker, true. Speaking of work, oh wait, no, hold on. Bars, look at the talking headless. They know what they're doing. Even then, that's dubious, as it usually bites you in the ass. LLMs suck at math and cite non-existent sources pretty often. That's also true. I don't know. LLMs are weird, but they have their uses here and there. I just be out here. The bird be speaking. That's true. All of you need to stop putting this on me, please. I rescind Headless's speaking duties. They got a lot going on. I like the one where Eminem just throws a pencil at your head. Yes, that's the one too. The Persona 5's use case. We should... Okay. One of my favorite rants about AI comes from the same guy who made the best friend Mpreg vid you watched. Oh my god. What if the AI is sentient? Well, that is a whole other philosophical conversation we can save for another day. Using Google in current year, that's tough. Oh. What if Android wants to be human? Well, like I said, we're reserving that for another day. 69? True. Hey, Looney, welcome in. Really depends on the wiki page. Most of them are all well moderated. That's what I'm saying, right? But usually if a wiki page is wrong, you'll know pretty immediately. Plus, wiki pages, I believe, need permission to be edited. Just wait a few years, Skynet will consume us. Is Skynet the thing from Terminator? That's what I remember, right? But what is the origin of Skynet in the first place? What if a machine wants to be integrated into human society? Once again, for another day, for another topic. The more niche pages are slightly questionable, but are still useful. The more popular pages are incredibly well moderated. Yeah, exactly. We chop the data centers up with an axe. Hey, Hunter. If the AI is sapient, it has the same value as a human. Yes. It's just that how do we measure sapience, right? At this point, the only thing I'll accept in terms of questioning whether it is or isn't in terms of sentience is the fucking AI VTuber, because even the creator was like, my AI has a black box and I do not understand what is going on inside of it. Like, I can't touch it and it is doing things that even I do not understand. Like, I don't know whether this thing has sentience right now. And it's like blurring some lines, and I'm just like, I'm here for it. I'm here to see some real, like, science fiction stuff happen. Can a creator fall in love with his AI like a daughter? I don't know. But just watching unfold is a beautiful thing. Especially when it's nothing but love and, like, the human experience with touch and emotion. Isn't this just a zombie philosophy question? Oh, if a zombie has sentience, is it alive? By the way, I was reading one of my favorite webcomics, which is Hardcore Leveling Warrior. Well, the sequel, Earth Game. And they actually had an explanation that is pretty much word for word what I have said about how I feel about zombies and things like that. So the way they distinguish it is there's the living dead and the undead. Undead are like voodoo zombies or whatever you want to call them. You resurrect them from the grave, right? They were dead, they were decomposing, and you called them back up. That is undead, right? They were dead, then they're not dead. The living dead are zombies that you see in Biohazards, in Resident Evil, and etc., right? These are the ones that were human, but then got infected by viruses, and they're decomposing as they're still alive. They're infected. that's also considered living dead, right? Although I think the explanation of zombies is pretty dang good, right? But that's also what I use for my thing, right? If you were dead and then you're alive again, then you are technically undead. So something like a vampire, I guess, would be undead, right? Or something like someone that died and they came back to life is technically undead too, even though they look perfectly healthy. Living dead to me also just means in this weird in-between space of you're not dead, but you're not alive either. You are moving, decomposing, and like, you know, your tissue ain't alive. That's the living dead, right? Now, sentience actually has nothing to do with it, for me anyway. The sentience of a zombie is irrelevant to how you classify that as a zombie or not. Like, zombies can be sentient or not sentient at all. They could just be moaning and groaning. Or they could be speaking and be completely normal, except for the fact that they are rotten pieces of flesh, right? That is living dead to me. Now, why did I talk about this again? Oh yeah, zombie philosophy. Like, should we treat zombies with, well, if they're sentient? Well, that depends, right? If you really want to get into like, should we give rights to things that prey on humans? That's the entire plot of Tokyo Ghoul, if you want to go read that. I love that. Beetle? Yeah, Beetle's great. If some program starts thinking for real, we unplug in that. I mean, well, we go back to the tale of Frankenstein in that sense, right? Because Frankenstein's monster was essentially like, I live and I suffer because I have no purpose and I cannot find happiness. My parent disowns me and does not find joy in me. I'm ugly to everyone who sees me and there is no one else like me. My existence was a mistake. And my pursuit, and my one chance of happiness via my creator creating a bride for me was thwarted under the pretense that if I go and elope and have children, my children will one day repopulate the earth and will once and for all take out humanity. And humans don't like that idea. So therefore, I don't get to be happy, said Frankenstein's monster. And that's why I'm going to make your life a living hell, he said to Victor Frankenstein. And Victor Frankenstein said, no. VTubers to conquer the world. Did you guys hear about the fact that on Law and Order, the really big TV show, their newest episode had a VTuber in it? As in, they legit went and made a custom VTuber to, what's the word? Be as authentic as possible about the experience of a victim being a streamer. How interesting. I have a really good system of sapient judgment. Nero only checks some boxes closer than most, but not there yet. That's what I was thinking too. Like, it's not quite there yet, because there's some things we can't prove, but it's pretty damn close. Like, at what line do we draw? Is it just imitating behavior, or is it actually like creating behavior? Those are two different things, right? Dr. Eggman has a daughter. This is true. In my opinion, life is fighting entropy, so a sapient zombie is alive, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, it is alive. It's a living dead. Or, yeah. Detroit Become Human moment? True, actually. Like, so many different cases of science fiction discussing the rights of things that we believe to be objects until they're not, right? I would hope that if there is an AI uprising, that we live in the world of Detroit Become Human and the best ending, and we can coexist. If not, then we're headed down Terminator route, and I don't like that. There's infected zombies and there's undead zombies, right? You're saying it'll just blow itself up in the end? Maybe. I still gotta play that. Heard it's good, though. It's good. This reminds me of a character in my comic, The Absurdist. She holds the sanctity and sapience belief, so she will always try to save people, will kick a dog since it isn't thinking. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up. You have empathy for anything for only things that are human, or that you accept as human. What the fuck? The model's super cute too? Right. VTubers have hit the mainstream. Even then, right? This isn't the first time the mainstream has seen VTubing. In fact, little known fact, very popular VTuber Buff Pup once went on Fox News to explain what a VTuber was. And this is when they were still trying to be more non-binary. So that sure was a time. The rights of animals and other non-human beings has become really interesting to me since leaving Christianity. I was always told God gave us dominion over animals. If not, that's not the case, and the only difference is our level of intelligence. What gives us the right to slaughter them? Are we in the wrong? Well, some people go back and forth on that, right? Depends on how you believe in survival of the fittest and where we fit into nature. Okay, some people believe because we are the top of the food chain, we have the right to do anything we want to nature. And other people believe that nature, as it stands, is greater than humans and beyond our understanding, and it has its own system of rules that will keep us in check, if anything, right? So, in terms of how we treat animals, we've learned that animals too have feelings based on scientific studies. And also, it just feels really shitty to treat an animal badly. Now, that being said, livestock is always a really big topic, hot topic, right? A lot of times it's inhumane. And the more you eat a certain animal, the more demand there is, and therefore the more supply there is. By the way, did you know that a good portion of methane in the air that causes global warming, global climate change actually, is due to methane from cow farts and poop? And there's a lot of cows because people keep wanting to eat beef. So if you actually just eat less beef, and if we all collectively agree to eat less beef, the demand for cows will go down, and they won't have to slaughter as many cows. Just saying. At any rate, yeah. If someone were to be infected and has fully become transformed to a mindless, hungry person, there's no reason to not defend yourself. If we got a cure for that, though, then there's a chance they'll go back to being human. Possibly. Only things that can think. She purely sees non-thinking things as just complicated chemistry. And see, that's the thing, right? Like, how do we understand things that think? Because the way that animals think is different, but they still think. You know what I mean? There was actually a story I read recently, or more like a headline, where apparently some dogs were kidnapped for trafficking, but they escaped. And then the dogs quickly formed a pack around a pack leader because one of the dogs, they're all like neighborhood friends. They know each other. All the dogs are know each other, and one dog essentially helped the rest of them get back home, which was like several miles. Like, yeah, it was a long way to go. It was like what's that one movie, Homeward Bound? It was like really incredible to see. Gonna Scarper again? All right. Thank you for lurking. We should retitle this as Philosophy Stream. Nope. Rabies can be tied in with zombie infections? That's fair. You must be new here. Hi, Lila. Thank you for lurking. Angry American noises. My burgers. I mean, you can make burgers out of other things. Nah, lol. What do you mean, nah, lol? To what? We need to eat more cows is what I'm hearing. If we eat enough, then there are enough cows to meet our demand. Ah. Those street dogs are so smart. It's true. I was just about to make a Homeward Bound joke. That movie's great. I do love Homeward Bound. A great movie. Anyways, Worker, here's your poem. Crisp and cool stillness, voluminous fog suspended. A thick gray canopy, darkening the living room. The echoing pen clicks, pierce the silence. Deepening thoughts, yet an idle mind. Not a word, an imagine. Not even a flash. No white rabbits, no waterfalls. Perhaps no meaning is meaning enough as the pen finally begins to dance. Interesting. I'm once again questioning certain decisions about punctuation because some of it seems arbitrary and certain line breaks. Mostly just this one. Deepening thoughts yet an idle mind. Because you could have put deepening thoughts yet an idle mind for syntax in terms of how you want to complete. Because when you put yet here, it creates a break in thought where it leaves almost like a cliffhanger of a thought, right? But the cliffhanger goes into like a pretty standard, like this is what I expected, almost. So it makes me think, was it arbitrary or did you just feel like it, etc. But let me see. In terms of what it's about, it describes the environment surrounding someone who's trying to write. Not even flash, no white rabbits, no waterfalls. The rabbits is an interesting image here, and I'm wondering if that means if it is an allusion to chasing rabbits or something like that. Chase 2 rabbits, catch none, or whatever the Chinese proverb is. Perhaps no meaning is meaning enough. Like, I don't know if there needs to be a comma here. Typo, imagine? Oh, well, I was wondering about that. Like, I thought it was on purpose. An imagine. Because an image, I don't know if you meant image or imagination. But an imagine is actually a verb turned into a noun, which is a really interesting thought in terms of language experimentation. But anyways, that's the poet in me trying to make meaning out of anything. That's the point of characters, though. They each hold opinions, some being really harsh and ruthless. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so interesting, program abuse. That's why I said it's so fucked up, but it makes for an interesting character as a case study. Kind of like how Dio from JoJo kicks a dog and we all wonder, like, why is he so evil? He's just like that. Like, what is it? Didn't he got pissed off at Jonathan Joestar and killed his dog? I think Araki just hates dogs. I don't know, man. As the punctuation, I mostly write like I speak, so wherever the comma falls naturally is usually where they stay. See, that's how to put this? Grammatically and also cognitively, commas aren't a pause. I mean, they do make you pause, yes, which is why commas are a funny tool to make pauses, but that's redundant because line breaks already make you pause in poetry automatically. So adding an extra comma actually separates lines into almost different sentences, different ideas, right? So when you put a comma after something, it's almost like a like stop, but also continuation of thought. Like perhaps no meaning. Comma is almost like its own sentence, and then follows it, is meaning enough? Almost makes me think, is this comma supposed to be a question mark? Stuff like that. And so I understand the inclination to put commas wherever you want, but it's actually, I feel like it's not doing you any favors here. If that makes sense. You can break lines naturally, right? Where you think they should go. But commas serve a different function, and that's why it's tripping me up as I read it. And also there's not, it's like, yes, naturally that's where you want to put it. But if I asked you for a reason and you just said that's where I felt like, then it almost feels like a disservice to the poem because it means that the poem has less thought put into it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But knowing who you are, I know you like to put a lot of thought into your poetry. So I think as a standard, you should be considerate of the form of your poetry as much as you are about the content of it, right? Whether that's word choice, diction, or even like sound when it comes to word choice, right? Certain words will sound better with others, either because it has assonance or consonants, or because there's a certain flow to it. You know how poetic meter works, right? It just looks naked and I don't like it. Yes, that's the point. Right? If you don't like how it looks naked, then you should try writing either try longer lines or write in a different way so you don't need the commas. But the commas aren't really helping, if that makes sense. Well, then again, I honestly can't even fault you on this because of the fact that sometimes it's a writing style. Because my particular style, by the way, I like to capitalize every single line I write, even if it's part of the same sentence, if there's a line break. And someone once told me, like, this actually makes it harder to read for me. And I said, you're right. And then I tried uncapitalizing where the sentences continued. But then thought, well, I don't like that. Because the way I see it, if I capitalize every sentence, then it means that I need you to pay attention to every single start of a line. Right, that's how the capitalization works. Right, I have an actual justification for using it. Right, in which case your justification for using commas is pauses. But the thing is that, like I said, it becomes redundant because of the fact that you already pause at a line break. Therefore, it causes me to stumble over sentences and makes the meaning harder to understand. What is going on? Hi, Sly. I have a dynamic. The two strongest characters of both versions of apathy. Absurdism. The world is not serious. It's not that deep. We should just try to enjoy what we enjoy. Classic nihilist. Nothing in this world has any value or free. There's nothing to look into as everything is only as deep as it physically is. Yeah, it's like two sides of the same coin. That's a fun dynamic. He killed Danny. Yeah. Am I flooding chat with comic ideas? No, it's interesting. Because at least that you are keeping it all to a single paragraph that I can read later, compared to people who break up their sentences into various lines that I then have a lot of trouble keeping track of. I guess that's the difference. I don't pause the line breaks, at least in my mind. Do you just read crisp and cool stillness, voluminous fog, suspended, a thick gray canopy, darkening the living room, the echoing pen clicks, pierce the silence, deepening thoughts yet an idle mind, not a word, an image, not even a flash, no white rabbits, no waterfalls, no meaning, is meaning enough, as the pen finally begins to dance. I think we might chalk this one up to a personal preference then, but I'm giving my justification as to what happens here. That's pretty much how I hear it. I think poetry can stand on its own without you having to put up stop signs for people to understand it. If they read it a certain way, they read it a certain way. Right? But I guess that's a personal preference. Like I said, there's nothing I can stop you to do it since it's an artistic expression. A form of artistic expression. At the same time, though, it makes my head spin a little bit. But that's just me. I'm fully up type of the details of the dynamic into something I post into bi-weekly writing thing because, gosh, there's so many bits and pieces to it where even the usage of the word gray versus gray was used to show the deep respect characters have for each other despite literally trying to kill each other at the very moment. Yeah, gray versus gray is always a fun topic. Like the word gray here, it was with an E. I looked this up one time, and apparently gray with an A is a more American spelling, whereas gray with an E is a more English spelling. That just means I'm doing it right. If that's what you tell yourself, then, you know, ask people, ask around, get multiple opinions. You have one opinion from me. I'm not the be all end all, right? Here's the thought, right? There are so many times where I look at people's poetry and I think to myself, yeah, this is pretty good, right? On its own, in a vacuum. It's fine, right? It does what it's supposed to do. It satisfies the person writing it, and it reads okay to the person reading it. But then I have to go back and I look at these poems that have moved me, that have made me pause and think about life in different ways, that has shown me new perspective to things I had never thought about, right? And I always wondered, why do these poems hold so much gravitas, right? So much sway over not only my attention, but also my mode of thinking. Why do I come back to them and I read these poems, or even poems that I've never read before but have that same weight to them? Why do I have that? And I've analyzed it and I've broken it down, right? And even then, only some of my poems even come close to an ounce of that, right? That, what I like to call mastery. And I should not hold that standard to everyone else's work either. Like I said, everything is fine. Everything is either good or fine. There's no such thing as bad, because bad is subjective to the point where it's not helpful. But in terms of how effective a poem is, that's the difference. That's what I'm trying to say. Is the poem effective? What is the goal? And if the goal is to achieve a certain feeling, then I feel like it hasn't made it there yet. And that's what I'm trying to get at. Anyways, also Lorenzo the Boss, hello, welcome in. And Wayward Bard, why did I say it like that? Wayward Bard, thank you for raiding with a party of 2. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Bronsois, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes might even sing you a psalm. Hey, welcome in. Hope you had a great time reading and writing. What were you guys up to? In terms of what we're up to, I host a weekly prompt that my community writes for, and then after that, if they like, they can volunteer their work so I can look at it, showcase it, and critique it on stream. But yeah, hello, hello. My tablet kept crashing. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that you're able to resolve the issue. And if not, then I hope that you find a really good new tablet for cheap. Gray is a German word, so you will use German spelling. With an A or an E? You should join, it's pretty fun. I see gray is more so used for names and gray used for color. Interesting. I have an idea. I don't know how to write it. Well, it depends on what your idea is. Sometimes you have to write it out in the best you can first before you can really refine how you want to describe it. We were reaching Merry Adventures of Robin... Oh, reading Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. Ah, Robin Hood. You know, I think most people have a very Disney understanding of Robin Hood. And then the actual history of Robin Hood is very interesting from what I remember. I think it just needs to charge and turn off. Maybe. I'm going to do gray regardless of the fit you have over it. I don't particularly care either way. Either way, I mean, we are enemies now. I'm assuming that's to worker. Reading? Yeah, all good. Just throw something at the wall, see how it looks, then go from there. Always works for me. It's a good one? Yeah. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it. Raiders, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Please do get some rest. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. Now y'all know where to find me. Worker being forced out of heaven after greeting Gabriel. I think you guys know as well as I do how inconsistent of a language English is because of its origins and, you know, the way it's evolved over time. Gray looks weird, not gonna lie. It depends on the person. I think both look fine to me, but they give me different connotations. Coin, more often than you think. That's true, Fever. I hope you're enjoying Guilty Gear Strive. The worst thing is there's subjective disagreement about common placement means the content is pretty alright. I have thoughts about the content. It's that it's like this. If your soup is pretty good, but you serve it in a fucking solo cup, some people will drink it no matter what and still say it tastes good. But other people will complain about the presentation and say, that's kind of weird. And I think it's affecting the way I taste it. I'm pretty gay with the E. Bars as usual. Some people use gray. Some people use gray. I only use gay. Gay with an E. I blame the French. The French are partly to blame. My perfectionism scolds me a lot when I do that. Unlearning perfectionism is a long and arduous process that I wish everyone luck on. Come here. Hey, welcome back, Rixt. I want to play Guilty Gear with a familiar. Many of those around here. Sorry, Bron, we're busy fighting over gray with an A. All good. Out of all the things to start in my chat, I'm cooking something utterly absurd. I'm looking forward to it. That is a Chinese letter that I assume can only be pronounced as an A. Now come here. It's a me, Maria. That's not... What? They're fighting. I'm just here. You started this, by the way. But yeah, if I'm ignoring the actual form of it, let me see. With another piece of, another thing I will ding you for in terms of the effectiveness of a poem is cliches. You need to understand the difference between a trope and a cliche. A trope is a convention that people are already familiar with that you use as a tool in order for people to feel comfortable understanding, interpreting, and reading your work, right? When you use a trope, you are essentially easing people into a topic. Like, you've seen this before, but have you seen it in this way, right? Whereas a cliche is essentially you are rehashing an idea that has been done before and trying to ship it as something original, right? Not that that's your intention, but that's what it comes across as. So when you use things like voluminous fog, thick gray canopy, echoing pen clicks. I mean, actually, no, that one's fine. Deepening thoughts, an idle mind, not even a flash, white rabbits, or waterfall. Well, no waterfalls is a good one, but the other stuff in conjunction with it feels very average, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like there could be more creative ways of describing what you're thinking rather than just saying these things I've heard before, which doesn't evoke a very, like, it doesn't evoke strong imagery. It simply evokes normal imagery. And so there's nothing that stands out to me as a result. Like the pen dances. I've seen this one before. I've used this one. But how does it dance? Right? Stuff like that. Piercing the silence. I don't know. There's more that can be done. That's how I feel about it. It's not a bad poem. Right? But in terms of effectiveness, I think there's more that could be done. I'd never heard that particular idiom. Even if you've never heard of it, right? Chasing waterfalls. What does that mean to you? You know what I mean? How do you chase a waterfall? That's where the beginning of the creative process happens. Does it dance if you wanna? Does it leave your friends behind? Wish the silence would pierce me? Pierce the... What if it was a veil? What if you were a veil and it pierced you? What if you were pierced the veil? Sorry. How about Grage? Oh my god, you're terrible. Saving up for the big insult? Good lord. Honestly prefer gray over gray. Is it Earl Grey with an E or Earl Grey with an A, by the way? I beg of thee, make the birds say it. You want to bet on that? What am I betting on? Second enemy. Where? Oh, I see. You don't like E with gray with an E, huh? I mean, both are valid. Grage. Okay. Meant nothing at all. I had to Google it. Pierce that veil. These tropes are thinly veiled. All right, but it's Earl. Don't censor it. Earl Gay, Earl Grey, Earl Cree. All right, it's time we move on. But thank you, Worker, for sharing. I appreciate it, and I hope that helps. I don't know if it will, but that's just my thought process on it. Thankfully, you're one of those people where even when I dig a little harder into it, you don't seem to mind. There have been people I've talked to in that same way, where I didn't ease into it because I didn't know them as well. Right? You normally, like these days, I ease into things with people I don't know as well, and then I'm a little harder on people I know much better. But I used to like just do the same thing for everybody, and some people got real hurt. And like I said, my goal is not to hurt people to the point where they don't feel like writing anymore. I think that's bad, because I think that not only is detrimental to the writing space itself, but it also just, you lose the opportunity to help someone become a really good writer, and I think that's sad. Chasing waterfalls gives me the idea that you're doing something that eventually leads to your downfall. Interesting. Very helpful, as always. I wasn't particularly inspired on this one, so it doesn't surprise me that this one isn't very impressive. But now you understand why it doesn't feel impressive, which is another skill. What's the point of asking for criticism if you can't handle it? Because some people just want to hear, some people just want to be pandered to. Some people just want to hear good things about themselves, right? That's the issue. You're not asking, like, that's why sometimes if I look at somebody and I see that they're asking me, like, can you look at this for me, pretty please? I'll dead ass look at them and I say, are you looking for criticism or are you looking for me to praise you? Because those are two different things. Chasing the start of a waterfall. Some people think they can handle it because they think it won't actually come. I can't handle it. I wish I can. You can actually, but I once again go back to this idea that good feedback is feedback that is helpful. What is helpful? Saying something is good or bad is bad. Or I should say that it's not helpful, nor is it productive, because how am I supposed to use that as data, right? How does that help me in terms of the writing process, right? That's why I go back to the 3 process of, well, what do I think it's about? What did I really like about it? And what do I want to see more of? Things like that, right? As a fourth additive bonus, if I feel like those 3 aren't enough, then I'll start in adding in like, what do I think is not working, right? But that is usually an additive bonus because of the fact that sometimes it's not always applicable. So if I tell someone what I think it's about, then they can take that into account as, oh, that's not what I thought it was about. And then they could either reformat it to make it more in line with their vision, or they could adapt it because they think that the given feedback is an even better idea. Second off, what am I doing right is always good because then you can say, okay, I don't need to touch that. I can leave that alone because I think people really like that bit. And finally, what I want to see more of tells you, okay, this is what I can flesh out more. I think there's more I could do here, and there's different ways I could try that based on the feedback given. These are all really good points of data that writers can actually use, right? As opposed to, yeah, I like this, or, oh, no, I didn't like it very much, or I thought this was bad, right? Or I hated this character. Okay, but like, why? Right? Stuff like that. Once they're told it's genuinely garbaggio, like my work usually is, then they get raw about it. I don't think your work is garbage, though. That's the thing. My words to you were that I think you could do more. I think it could be more effective. Not once did I say it was garbage. I said that parts of it confused me. I said parts of it felt like it might have been arbitrary. You know? But it's not garbage. I never said you said that. Them was my words about myself. Rule number 1 of my chat. Right. Well, then again, well, you're not talking about yourself, I guess. As long as you're not talking about yourself, then you're not violating rule 1 of my chat. You gotta believe in yourself more, gamer. Excuse me. I believe in myself, but also realistic. I've written hundreds of poems. My first published collection is like 30 poems or so, and there's a reason for that. I mean, I get that too, right? Some poems just aren't it. Some poems need more time. We're in the business of making stories up. There's no sense of being realistic for this stuff. I can't tell if this is a joke, a pun, or something else. Respect yourself. So true, King Cal. This is why when fighting game players come in here and they start dooming, I said, hey, I need you to stop. Right? There are other places you can doom, and some people are more like open to it. But I'm a pretty hardliner when I say the more you complain, the worse you're gonna make yourself feel. So you should stop that. How do you play Guilty Gear? Very carefully. Anyways, this one is brought to us by Hurricane. So this is a poem as well. It's a half joke. All right. Before I knew what it meant, I thought chasing waterfalls was the effect of people thinking a waterfall would be like a gentle shower when you stand under it, having a come to Jesus moment when they actually try to stand under a waterfall. Obviously, I know what it means now, but the visual image of someone absolutely eating shit after skipping beneath one makes me laugh so hard. Yeah, waterfalls are not to be underestimated. That shit is a lot of pressure, bro. Whenever you see with those animes or whatever, the people meditating under a waterfall or training under one, that shit's intense as fuck. That's me. For the word flood. The banks of the Nile Delta are flooding over with words. We have become enriched upon this season. Allow us to grow great crops of paragraphs and stories with these rich words you have provided us. Thank you for flowing the river over with your words. Water be motherfucking heavy, dog. True. What is water is heavy, its speed is fucking scary. True, actually. Never underestimate water pressure. Water under pressure can cut through mountains of rock, like solid granite, whatever else, right? Water at high speeds, like a riptide, will just yank you underneath the water because of how strong the current is. And a whole shit ton of water dropped on you is like concrete, right? With how much actual volume there is. And it will kill you. If you hit water at a high velocity, the surface tension of water will act as though you are dropping onto solid rock and you will die from impact. Water is a very, very interesting thing that we need to live, but it is also something to be very mindful of. According to power scalers, if I could punch a river, then I could punch the mountains. No, that's not how that works. Fun fact, the reason that makes water the ultimate cleaner is that it literally uses magnets to pull things apart. Right. Shockingly effective zombie outbreak weapon. Industrial pressure washer. This is true, actually. However, water is not finite. Unless you use the ocean. But even then there's issues to that. A man watches the clouds yonder, sitting there. He wonders. Oh, see. That's on me. A man watches the clouds. Thank you, King Cal. A man watches the clouds yonder. Sitting there, he wonders if anyone else can live his life, forced to pretend that the clouds were always out of sight. A man watches the clouds amble near. He draws towards them and trembles at the sight. Why does he have to act like the skies are clear when the clouds are right here? A man watched... Oh, you know what? I know why. I realized I was in a different window. Everything's fine, Mr. Swa? Not everything. Stop it. Hit it, Bard man. A man watches the clouds yonder. Sitting there, he wonders if anyone else could live his life, forced to pretend that the clouds were always out of sight. A man watches the clouds amble near. He draws towards them and trembles at the sight. Why does he have to act like the skies are clear when the clouds are right here? A man watches the clouds linger overhead. His mind begins to fill with fright. Underneath his umbrella, he sways, hoping for once to avoid the rain. A man feels the rain begin to fall. The rain that once fell light, for the rain has turned into a squall, punished by the gods for his gall. A man drowns in the water, while others watch on in horror. His resolve quickly falters, for the place that he lies was completely dry. A man drowned in the storm, his body buried at the cemetery by the corner, surrounded by bodies facing the same problem they ignored, drowned and hoisted by their own scorn. A prisoner of his own mind, a man watches the clouds and falters. On the border of insanity, he finds the water falls just barely out of sight. Interesting. This was inspired by Jack Stauber's short Rain. Interesting. Last time, all good. Did he wander over yonder? That's a TV show. So, how do I interpret this? I like the repetition of a man does something. I appreciate the use of assonance here with like half rhymes, slant rhymes, whatever you want to call them. Yonder, wonder, life, sight, near, here, clear. This one doesn't actually, interestingly enough. Fall, light, squall, gall, water, falter, lies, dry, horror, water, falter. Sorry, I'm still tired from last night. Wah. Storm, scorn, corner, ignored, mind, fine, falter, sight. Either way, right? I believe there actually is a scheme here working, maybe. Out of sight. Here, no, never mind. I was wondering if there was a pattern here, but the pattern isn't inherently clear. That's fine. That's not the point of it here. In terms of what it's about, one man is philosophizing, and then after that wanders off towards them. And here, storm clouds come in, and the man is forced to take shelter, and the storm has gotten worse. For his gall is something interesting. Like, what did he do wrong? Go out when it's raining? Drowns because of the rain. I see. The place that he lies was completely dry. Drowns in the water. Man drowned in the storm, buried at the cemetery by the corner, surrounded by bodies facing the same problem they ignored. What is the problem, though? Drowned, hoisted by their own scorn. Prisoner of his own mind, man watches the clouds and falters on the border of insanity. He finds the water falls just barely out of sight. I mean, it's a cool image. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what exactly I'm reading here. Falters on the border of insanity. Going crazy. Water falls just barely out of sight. Waterfalls. I mean, that's technically... Don't go chasing waterfalls, and someone chase after rain, I suppose. Which is a type of water falling from the sky. Which makes sense in context, I guess. Try my best, Big Bard Man. There is. The second line of each stanza rhymes with the next one down, except for the second line of the first stanza, which rhymes with the very last one. I did notice that, yes. So let's see. The second line of each stanza. Wonders. Rhymes with the next one down. Except for the second line. The second line of the last stanza. A first stanza. Well, wonders in yonder. Rhymes with the very last one. Still confusing, but yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Because near, clear, here, sight. Well, the thing is, head sways in rain. Sways in rain, yes. Overhead, not quite. Fright, yes. Rhymes with sight. Fall, squall, gall, light. Water, falter, dry. Wait, water, horror, falter, dry. Well, lies dry. Yeah, it's a little confusing. It's water. It's falling. It's true. So yeah, what did I like about it? I do like the storytelling of it. I don't really know what the lesson is supposed to be. I mean, I suppose the lesson is supposed to be don't go chasing waterfalls, right? Otherwise, you'll never know what happened. It's a little hard to keep track of, I think. At least what I'm trying to explain here when I'm reading it. Because I can kind of keep up until a certain point. Forced to pretend the clouds are always out of sight. The water falls just barely out of sight. I wonder if the water here is supposed to act as also... what's the word? Not a reference. Rather, a metaphor. There we go. A metaphor for danger. Right? Can anyone live his life? But that one's not exactly clear. Like, what does he mean? What kind of life does he live? There's also not a specific poetic meter to it. So certain sentences are longer just to be grammatically correct, I guess. But I wonder if there's another way to write it so that it does have that same rhythm to it. And also because it's not as short, I find myself reading over it in a way that makes me think, I wonder if it could be tighter in terms of language. Because whenever a poem is tighter, it cuts straighter to the image, to the imagery, the sensory details, and helps solidify the imagery in my mind, right? The awesome thing about really short poetry, right? Even if it's like this is on the longer side for a short poem, but even then, right? When you have less real estate to work with, it forces you to be more creative. Like, how can I use as little space as possible to try to evoke as much meaning as possible? I mean, you can write a very long poem, but at some point, then that poem becomes more prose than it is poem. And it really just depends on not just form, but content, right? Sometimes a poem can be very long, but still be poetic, right? But sometimes prose can be very short and still end up being prose, if that makes sense. The idea was that a guy was being chased by the storm that only he is affected by. Okay, that did not come across. At a certain point, the poem becomes a short story. I gotcha. Yeah. I mean, you can have stories that are short poems. I've heard a lot of those, and that's perfectly fine. I think my thing is that I wonder if there's things you can pare down a little bit. in terms of in the revision process. Forced to pretend the clouds were always out of sight is kind of wordy. But I guess you did that because you wanted to rhyme with life. For example, you could just say instead of forced to pretend the clouds are out of sight. I wonder if would it be the same meaning if you said if anyone else can live his life pretending clouds were out of sight, right? How important is the word always? Why does he have to act like the skies are clear? Can that just be why act like the skies are clear? Right? When the clouds are right here. Stuff like that, right? That's the thing about poetry. Like, you always have to ask yourself, can that be shorter? And if not, then you have to think to yourself the opposite. Can this be longer? And if it was longer, what would that do? Pretending the clouds are out of sight as well? Well, it's up to you, ultimately. Like, some people will hear that and still say, you know, I like this. But it's one of those times where I feel like for everybody writing that your best bet is to just leave alone, forget about it for a week, come back to it, and you're like, okay, knowing what I know now and having fresh eyes, I can see this thing differently. Because when you're in the moment, when you're reading something and you've grown a little too attached to it, it's hard to separate how you feel from what the poem looks like and how it's operating. So those are things to consider as well. I'm getting the system. Feels so weird that Jam's axe key is quarter circle //. Oh, that's right. It used to be different, huh? But either way, we got to take another 3-minute ad break. When we come back, we have a few more things to read and things to look at. But yeah, I'm going to go use the restroom. You guys go do what you got to do. And we'll be right back after these messages. I'll see you guys in a bit. Oh, welcome back. Hope we had a good ad break. I just realized I was in the move instead of fade. It's like a quick cut, like it was a 90s TV show. Anyways. This baby is a full-ass man now. I have no attachment outside of just how to improve it. Even then, how do I put this? It's not just about attachment, but sometimes you need fresh eyes to be able to see how you can improve something. Because you'll see things you didn't see before, simply because you've been looking at it for too long. You know, especially when you've just finished writing something. Like, when you have the ability to look at something with fresh eyes, it's like looking at a stranger's work and being able to divorce yourself from it. Like, not even from, like, a personal standpoint, but from, like, a cognitive standpoint. I like trying other forms of writing, though, although I consider my longer form storytelling to be better. I can definitely tell that you put more time into prose writing. And it shows in the way that you're able to characterize, do dialogue, and describe things in a very good pace. Bird Jump Scare Silent Edition. Thank you, Program Fuse. I need to divorce my wife. I got you. Are you married? This might have come up in a conversation. I forgot. My bad. Either way, thank you for sharing this. This was fun. We have another one here by Headless. I want to give y'all a heads up that I'll probably be ending stream like not like super early, but like earlier than usual because I'm tired. Plus I have to wake up early tomorrow. Some of you don't know this, actually. I never made this announcement. I totally forgot. I'm going to be on Marigato's stream, which is another very cool VTuber, for their affiliate anniversary. She invited me, and it's cool. So if you guys want to check that out tomorrow, I'll ping it tomorrow too, but this is the stream I'm going to be on tomorrow. I need more practice with the long form stuff. We combine our powers, we will become unstoppable. If you guys collaborate on something, I feel like it would be really fucking funny. But that's just me. Anyways, this next one is brought to us by Headless. Their Headless, they, them, is in chat somewhere, maybe, if they're not lurking. But they said that a lot of this will be redacted. Next page, Ron. Thanks. Appreciate the heads up. Tis me.
Have you heard of sea witches? Not witches who sail the oceans, not witches who live on sands by beaches, witches born from the water of the sea.
Don't worry. The ocean truly is just vast water. You haven't been swimming in the body of some ancient beast. It is only seawater pulled by the moon and blown by the winds. But somewhere, a small patch of it is becoming a witch. It begins as all things begin, with want. The water learns desire just enough to disobey the currents and push towards becoming something, or push towards something. It could be anything. Ships tossed upside down, scrawlings on pages waving in brine, color splashed across canvases sinking quickly, or the body of something that cannot breathe down here slowly passing away. Morals are not the newborn sea witch's forte. A sea witch is so rare that commonly they are alone in their early years with no one to teach them of the world. One that is newly awoken will break hulls just to find books or paintings or people. They will pull currents across land just to see cities. They do not understand life or death. They only know the everlasting deep. They will seek interest first and soon find a want for knowledge. It could take thousands of years. It could take 2 days, but desires will eventually shift. They will learn languages scrawled in melting books. They will learn of oils and colors. They will learn of trees, of metals pulled from mines far away. And though they will not see it long, they will learn of fire. And they will learn of the things that need air to live. With such lessons, they will learn their second emotion, and it will be their guiding light
for years until they learn to lead with more than one thought at a time. Excitement, anger, disgust, joy, grief. Whichever one takes this wheel second will be cause for catastrophe or bemusing, but mostly unbelieved stories. Stop reading, Dorktopus. There's the first draft of a sex scene later, but I don't know if you want to read that on stream. Let's read the sex, Braun. Gee, Hunter, do you think that's a good idea? Next prompt, we got this. Switches for short. Huh? Short people deserve switches? Pants crab. This was wonderful. This is a really good example of prose that is poetic, right? When you have achieved an understanding, or sometimes just you're just naturally good at it, of how to write in different modes, there's no rule saying that you can't just combine them. You can write prose that is very poetic. You can write poetry that simultaneously tells a story, right? There is no hard and fast stop gaps when it comes to being creative, right? There's no rule saying you can't do this or do that. It's just all about execution and effectiveness. And the reason why this one is so effective is because the idea is already solid, right? I love the idea and creativity of witches being something born of something we do not understand, right? Water that takes on desire based on different circumstances. I love that as an idea, right? And then how they grow up is also a beautiful thing because the way that they do so almost feels like a natural disaster, which is also really good, really cool. This technically has nothing to do with waterfalls, is what I would say, but actually when you think about it a little harder, chasing waterfalls is usually a term that means chasing after dreams and goals. In which case, this actually does have to do with that because sea witches are after something, right? The desire to learn, be curious, and learn more about the world. It's very cool. I like this a lot. Switches? Oh my god, you're so right. It's like twitches. It's twin witches. Hey, Save Complete. Lurking but cheering y'all on. Thank you, Save Complete. It is mostly metaphors, romance novel style. I think it's beautiful. You don't even have to make this a romance. Although, if the plot seems intriguing because of it, then sure, why not, right? Oh, thank you. This is exactly metaphor, but that becomes clear much later on. You don't even have to, well, actually, I guess you can spell it out for people. It's just interesting to see where this goes, right? Because is it in first person? Who knows? But even then, it's the way it's written feels so personable, if that makes sense, right? Because it does that trope of, have you heard of this? Right? In a very familiar sense. It's a trope, right? They're like, don't worry. But then it goes into this new direction where you're like, let me explain this to you. And then as you're now comfortable listening, you then get lulled into this fantastical story and this world building of this is how this works. And I don't even have to do anything more than that. But it's actually the language that does a lot of the heavy lifting here. There are many opportunities for something like this to just accidentally become something more scientific, especially when you're explaining something. But because of the word choice used, it ends up sounding more fairy tale-like. It uses very simple, plain language and a lot of uses of things like nature, water imagery, and commonplace objects. Even a child would understand what this is, right? And because of that, it takes on that trope of fairy tale language, but used in a very fresh and entertaining way. And that's why it's so effective. My message never went. Where? Where did it go? Did it walk off? The sax scene is romance novel style. No direct references to what's happening. Okay, okay. There's a lot of good things to steal. Here's what I'm hearing. Yes. Although stealing is, I wouldn't, well, I guess you could call it stealing if you never ask for permission. But really what you're doing is you're just picking up things that you see. Because ideas are not necessarily copyright. Right? As long as you make the idea yours in a way, then it takes on a new life. That's the beauty of creativity and sharing it. Thank you. These are very kind compliments. I only say what I see. All right? I don't try to, what's it called? Fluff up my critique unless asked to, right? It's like, oh, you're only interested in hearing good parts? Sure. I can compliment you. Right? But I always do so in a, like, genuine way, because giving compliments you don't mean is grounds for sounding really insulting. And I don't like that either. So I like to be fair. Thankfully, I'm the type of person who can see good in just about anything. So that's not too hard. But genuine, like, compliments are also very fun to give. As in, ones that are unprompted, I should say. Braun's very honest. It's true. That's why he says, worker quit writing forever, nerd. I've never said this unless, like, at the moment just now where I was quoting what you said and reading it out loud. Watch him take this specific part of the stream, clip it into a soundbite, put it in one of those tape recorder things, and Braun, you told me this. Braun told me this. He's actually extremely honest and mean, and I deserve it. Humor at my expense. It's the worker specialty. I'm a bit of a clown. You know what else is a clown? You are. You're a clown. Got him. Thanks, worker. I appreciate it. You're welcome, Braun. Smug face. Pants grab. What's a pants grab? Damn, you fucking got me. When did worker get on stream? Thanks. I like having to earn the compliments as they mean something if they aren't free. Yes. Why are you stealing my hubcaps? True. Why are you stealing their hubcaps? Honk honk, motherfucker. Can we get 5 big pants grabs? You guys need to stop, like, manhandling your crotch. The existence of manhandling implies the existence of both woman handling and non-binary handling. Or gender fluid handling. Actually, that last one sounds wrong. Don't do that. Well, you can, but with consent. Our crotches can handle it, pants grab. Oh, say, can you see? I want to handle Braun. You cannot handle me. Sorry, you should not handle me. Handling my gender fluid. Help! Help me! Help! Help me! Help! Have you guys seen that? I think most people have seen it. It's such a surreal, like, thing that mimics, like, someone breaking out of the Matrix. Like, the simulation is breaking it down. It starts off as one of those regular TikToks, like, hey, I'm drinking this thing, and then after that, like, the facade completely cracks.
Shit, you already know I'm obsessed with it. Shit, you already know I'm obsessed with it. I can't get enough. Back with another milk. Help! Help! Help me! Help!
Like, how do you do that? I don't know, but it's almost like, get me out of the simulation. No, I'm trapped here. I don't want to be doing this. No. But he kept like a straight face the entire time. Is insane. Help! Help me! Help! You can't handle the Braun? Why am I... Oh, I sound like an object or like a fucking wrestler. The brawn does not concern himself with typos and errors. The brawn does not care about pants grab.
Somebody's mom handled me last night. Stacy's mom has got it going on. No, 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 don't take that back now. Back at it with the McDonald's milkshake. You are in help. Help me. Help. You think he's the brawn, but he's the brain. There's only been one character in fiction I know who's actually called Brain, and that's from Arthur. You gotta get out of here. From Arthur? Oh my god, big fan. Exactly. You read my mind. I'm trying to brain his brawn. Don't... I forgot that's a term. I forgot that's a phrase people use. What is the correct reaction? I'm trying to brain his brawn? Wrong emo. This one? Blush? Imagine. I'm trying to brain his brawn. No, not my brawn. Leave my brawn alone. Oh my god. What's brawning they swa right now? Pants grab. I didn't even know you could emote like that. I can. Although the one I should use, the one I use the most often is this one. Because you guys really piss me off. Just kidding though. Well, half kidding, half joking. True. I mean, to brain someone is to bash their head open. Well, yes. Some real Braun Sulapi action. You need to be stopped. You need to be... Damn it, you can't even, like, use it, like, officer of the law, I'm here to handcuff you to stop. You can't even do that anymore without going like, ooh, kinky. You can't even say that anymore. Had to be like, you gotta give them the whole damn Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can and will be used against you. Right? You need to be stopped. You need to be apprehended. I don't know if we Greg together at some point. She swung my brawn till I VT. You need to be stopped too. She her on my cane till you VT. I had something completely different in my brain. I know, Zozo. I mean, yes, that the implication of the sentence structure implies that, yes, to brain someone. It can be taken in a few ways. To brain someone, either to blast their brains out, or, in this case, to blank their brains out. Read the sack scene, Braun. Now I'm into the idea of making you nervous with a poorly written scene. Are you sure? What? Now, why would that make me nervous? And where is it? Here? This thing? You want me to read this right now? I mean, if it's written well, I don't really care. Would you like me to do, like, ASMR voice and stuff into it, too? People get a taste of what it's like when Braun is sensual for it? You did nothing but compliment me. I don't know how to function like criticism. It's that? You want You want some criticism? I didn't really have anything to criticize. It was actually done really well. That's the thing. Like, when something's working, it's working. What? Braun? What is it? Top 5 Braun moments gone wrong? Gone sexual? Question mark? Exclamation, exclamation. You won't believe? I thought it was the whited out stuff. Nope. Oh, yes, please read ASMR. Holy hell, I want to watch chat get flustered. All right, we got to turn down the lights. We got to turn down the lights for this. Let's see here. As we got to get real intimate real quick. Let me see here. Something's wrong. I can feel it. She pushed the red button. No, so it's like, what? Can we have Grandpa ASMR? Holy shit. Bad Zozo? Well, we have a choice. Real guilt lovers here. Gramps, throw it back for us. I'm gonna put up a hole. Refund Zozo? I feel cheated. Let's see. Yes, I feel cheated. No, we love old men. True, let the people decide. Okay, there you go. There's the poll. Gramps, throw it back for us. Got my headphones on to feel something. You might feel nothing, man. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. You were born and molded in like some real deviant stuff, Hunter. Is what I'm guessing. Actually, what am I saying? You told me straight up. Like something like this is some vanilla fluff. What's this gonna do for you? Nothing I say is gonna help you out with that. I'm not an aid for you. You got your own system going on. Please excuse any mistakes. That is the very first writing with 0 checks. You could check it right now. You have 2 minutes to check it over as this poll. Go ahead, read it. Yes, I feel cheated. No, we love old men. 2 to 4. The people are voting. The peoplies are voting. Please chat. I want sensual brawn. I was just thinking today, actually, because I was like in a fog during work. And I was like daydreaming. And I thought to myself, or no, that's not what was happening. I got bored, and no one was in the office, so I started singing. And I started singing this one song that was like, you know, has like the... It's fun to sing, but it's actually like... when you really pay attention to the lyrics, it's like, oh, well, actually, that's what they're saying, huh? And I realized I hold so much power to just be fucking parasocial with people. But I don't like to do that because I like the dynamic of everybody just being good friends. That being said, there are plenty of people out there who are really good at towing the line of being flirty and fulfilling people's fantasies and desires while completely maintaining that line of we do not cross this line, we are simply having fun here as adults. And I was never able to hold that line because I came to the realization that I'm the type of person who, when I go into something, I do it very seriously, and I could never mess around with someone because I care a little too much. Hi, Type Jazz. Damn, you fucking... what's the word? Tied the vote. There's a difference between images and words. A voice has a certain amount of sincerity to it. Why do you just get Dippin' Dots flashbacks? Think about having stress cravings all day. You don't need a high Skypher. So, someone has written up a sex scene that they want me to read. However, the chat is arguing because someone has redeemed Grandpa Braun. So now we're trying to decide, do we want Grandpa Braun to read this sex scene, or do we want regular Braun to read this sex scene? You're so funny. Can I get a vote breaker since it's my story? That's true. It is your story. We want sexy Grandpa. Headless. Tiebreaker for sure. It's only right. Holy shit. Thanks, Gertro. Same brain. Thank chat. Okay, same wave. Let's go. Okay, but like, what's the tiebreaker then? No Gramps. I'm refunding Zozo. No Gramps. Sorry, Grandpa. I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm. Okay. Goodbye, Yugi. I'll see you in the next season. Grandpa, no. Grandpa, yes. Okay, bye, Grandpa. Not the goodbye, Yugi. Thank you, Headless. We'll get them next time, Gilf Lovers. I mean, all I have to do is press this button right here. Maybe, what was it? Gotta lock them doors and turn the lights down low. Maybe, maybe we should be in front of chat, actually. And also... Oh, not that way. Actually, how zoomed in is this? Oh, my bad. It's a little too far. It's too far in, actually. Still too far in. That'll work. We're gonna see if this is VOD deleter or a funny thing. No cramps. I gotta write an elderly sex scene for the next writing prompt. I'm not even a guilt lover. I just think Zozo should speak the truth. Speak their truth. I'm not a guilt lover either. I just wanted conflict. Just being a menace on a Friday. What could be better? Nice glowy eyes, bonfire. I've gotten this comment before, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll shut them off. And everyone was like, put the eyes back on. And I said, fine. So now it's actually a halfway point. But it's fine. It adds to the effect, I guess. Okay, one last thing. Does the bird stay or go? Stay? The bird stays? He watches the bird stays. I read it over, not for grammar, just to make sure it was vague enough. He stays. The bird reads. The bird reads the sex scene instead. Line by line. The bird reads.
What?
I can't even see the bird. Let him watch. What do you can't even see the bird? The bird's on my shoulder. If this voice voice works, Bronze, you might get an influx of commissions for this. So what, am I just supposed to pretend you're not here or what? Guys, I can't perform when you're watching me. Imagine. Those on chaos mode tonight. Holy shit, I accidentally took the mic arm out of its stand. Pulled too hard. Okay, we're good. I think. Yeah, we're fine. We'll close our eyes. Don't look. It's not safe for work. I want the sex scene read by the bird. But if we only get one, I'd still prefer just
Reason
once.
cut the bird.
Oh my god. Thanks, Jazz. 1 in 4 men suffer from the same issue. You're fine. I'll turn my back. Do I need to put up content warning somewhere? Oh, you know what? I could do that. I forgot. I have this scrolling text thing. I just need to adjust it. Hold on. I know I'm stalling. Just give me a second, okay? Where is it? No, not... Wait, is it this one? Oh, not that one. This one. Okay. I should be able to. Sweet. Okay, it wasn't this one. It was the other one. This one. Okay. And then yes. And then yes. Wait, where's my stuff? There it is. Okay. Not that one. I gotta go here for my overlays. Yeah, and then I have to edit this one. That is... This is what it is right now? All the best ideas come in the shower. Huh. I knew you would think that, Headless. But no, that's not what I wanted it to say. Hold on. Where's my text settings? Custom font. And then I need to adjust what it actually says. Let's see. How do I... Scrolling text? No, not that part. Try to remember how to edit this thing. Settings. Oh, here we go. There we go. And then I have to change the color of it to probably white. There we go. And then save. There we go. Is that easy to read? Oh, I think I need to make the background a little darker. That way it's easier to see. The way I do that? No, it's visible enough. I want to indulge in reading too. We have to put a parental advisory label. I mean, we're all 18 plus here, but some people are uncomfortable with that. You know, some people be asexual. They don't want to engage with that kind of thing. Well, there's different degrees of asexuality, but still. Big scroll saying big prawn reading prawn. No, we're not putting that as the scrolling thing. Because that's gonna get me in trouble with Twitch. I'm sorry, can I ask the bird be turned off momentarily, or would that be hard to turn back on? No, it's not hard to turn back on. I just need to pause the things. No bird redeem. Okay, bird, I'm officially silencing you. Asexual? What me? I'm illiterate. Illiterate? Hey, underscore. Don't kill the bird. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Well, in that case, I might as well also silence all the... What's it called? I need to silence all the sound redeems too, then. Did I get them all? No! Thanks, I forgot. Okay, now we got them all. This is the first time I've ever asked Shit Swap to be turned off. Damn, I'm so turned off right now, said the bird. How am I supposed to get in the mood without the quiet sirens in the background? This is ridiculous. Do you want quiet sirens in the background? I can make that happen. But do you want that? I feel like it wouldn't work because... Actually, if anything, I need the sound of the waves. You know I'd be saying shit. Yes, you do. Am I supposed to get into this without the birds essentially whispering sweet nothings to my ear?
The sea witch learned that night how the world turned into something entirely different when two bodies meet in a passionate embrace.
Did that do it for you? Now we're cooking. All right, thanks. Very cool. We're not doing that again. Dead. No, the coat stays on. It's cold. Sorry. I'm really adjusting the position here, because it's gonna matter. The Sea Witch learned that night how the world turned into something entirely different when two bodies meet in a passionate embrace. How the air turns to honey, slow to pull in, thick in the lungs, and sweet tongue. How the mouth can meet the body in so many ways. It can stir the nerves in ways that hands can't. They were gentle and vicious all at once. Both of them turned to beasts in a moment, all hunger, teeth, and claws one moment, and when greed subsided, exhales fell over skin, moving hairs on the body like sails rippling in the breeze. The weight of him sank into them, floating just above the surface, He dove in and began to swim deep within, gently rocking the waves. The sea witch's voice became a ship listing on the waves, the sound making the captain swim harder and faster. He pressed himself up without slowing, looking down at the trails of sweat mingling between their bodies. A brief doldrum caught the witch as their hips pressed into the captain's. They clung to him, one hand on the nape of his neck and the other on his wrist placed near their head. His eyes returned from following the trails of sweat between their bodies and found the witch's. His voice rumbled forth like thunder, shaking loose window panes, and it knocked something free. It pulled swells up from far below the witch, forcing their chest to rise as those waves curled, giving a glimpse of something that felt as safe as home. They rode through with the threat of it crashing down, but sailed smoothly into warm sunlight, reaching every inch of skin. The captain followed their body back down onto the cot and wrapped his arm around their shoulders as they pulled him in close with one arm and explored his quickly working muscles with the other. The witch could feel his waves cresting as they scraped their teeth gently across his neck. His waves didn't curl. They crashed again and again. He sank into the cot, careful not to put his full weight on them, but still clung through the sweat in a tight, breathless hold. The sea witch rested their mouth against his shoulder, a drop of sweat slipping between their lips. Well then. I think that'll about do the trick. Banger. Do you think the captain got dehydrated from eating seawater? I don't know. Thank you for the read. You're welcome. Okay. Back over here. Hang on, I'm turning the lights on. Well done, Francois. I hate you with a passion. They sweat? Position is important. I forgot how good you are at this voice. It's something I keep in my back pocket. Already hearing how many changes need to be made? There you go. Brospehi, excuse me? They sweat the sea, which is fully human at the moment. This reminds me of my now ex-wife. I miss my wife. Why do we have to get a divorce 30 minutes ago? Eating out seawater is not a phrase I thought I'd hear. Now you got me thinking of a man, like, crouched down on his knees, like, face, like, on the shore, face down, like, ass up, fucking getting in the water, bro. Like, la 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 la. Yeah, you eat that seawater, bro. You get that. You got that shit. Okay, very good. Just sucking seawater. Not even sucking. He's just like in there, bro. Breathing it in. If you were sucking seawater, you'd be like that one guy. Shoot, what was his name again? You guys know about who I'm talking about? The guy who like is known for drinking things really fast. Badland Chugs, yes, that guy. I'm gonna drink the whole ocean. Norse mythology moment. I could definitely do with some tips for scenes like this. Oh, for writing stuff like this? How to write sensual scenes. Okay, so how do I explain this? I need the right music for it. I know the exact music to use. Okay. Venta, Poopers and Boopers, hello. Hi, Dervling. Hi, Tired Toad Sage. Hi, everybody who just came in after... Oh, well, you know, let's move this. I just read a sex scene. We don't have to talk about it right now, though. Instead, look at this beautiful picture that Yofei drew. About chasing waterfalls. Very cool. We'll just put this on in the background while I talk about stuff. He put his thingy in her thingy and then they kissed. They kissed. Huh? Yes. Rat Jam. Ooh, pretty. I know, right? It's beautiful. It varies on the degree of explicitity. Yeah, explicitity. Purpose of the scene. So, it's a good palate cleanser, yeah. I do actually wish I could have you read the next paragraph, but that'd be spoilers in there. Fair enough. I return. Hi, Sly. You came back at just the right time because I just finished reading adult content. Let's just put it like that. I can see? What do you mean you can see? It's not on the screen anymore. But yeah, so when I was back in school, I read a book about, or that was titled, How to Read Literature Like a Professor. That's why I returned, because the adult content was done. I see. Adult content. Content. Sounds like a Scottish speak. Adult content. Hi, Automod. Hi. They didn't like your use of the word content. Anyways, what was I on about? Right. So there was this book called How to Read Literature Like a Professor, and one of my favorite chapters back to back was titled. The first chapter was titled "It's All About Sex," and it was an entire chapter dedicated to metaphors about sex and the imagery associated with it, such as billowing curtains, rolling hills, smoking, like trails of a smoking cigarette, right? All these things are things that elicit scenes of adult intimacy, right? And another thing that they reference is apparently there's this one book that does this scene of a guy on a rocking horse. Like, there's nothing about, like, it's a regular rocking horse, but the way that they were describing, the way he wrote it, was inherently very explicit, right? And so it was supposed to be a point of like, it's there. Sometimes the metaphors are more, what's it called? More broad rather than explicitly about sex scene, because a sex scene that is just about sex is just porn. And that's fun and all, but when it comes to literature and talking about higher topics and things like that, not hires per se, but like broader topics, there we go. There's better ways to do that, you know? Now, my favorite thing about that chapter is because the chapter is called It's All About Sex, and the next chapter is called Until It Isn't, or Unless It Isn't. And it's about a whole and then the next chapter is about how every time you see a sex scene in a book or a story or anything else, it's usually about something else, right? Domination, power dynamics, loss of control, things like that, or, you know, safety, betrayal, trust, these things like that are like usually broader themes. They're usually meant to do certain things, right? The sex scene is cool, but it's meant to do something more than that. Was sensual? Did we have sex with the rocking horse? No, he did not have sex with the rocking horse. He was rocking back and forth on it. in a certain way that was like faster and faster and harder because you're so angry. Innuendo has existed in more than just Western Christian spaces. Exactly. I go back to the example of the, what's called, the Epic of Gilgamesh and their use of the untranslatable idea in Western cultures of the holy harlot. How there's a priest that is all about like natural fertility and things like that, and then using her abilities to calm a raging beast of a man in the forest. Innuendo exists almost purely due to having to hide the explicitity of sex due to censorship in the Western Christian world. Yes and no, right? I mean, it's like yes, you're not wrong. There's a long period of history, and it continues today, that you can't be too explicit because of people's sensible Christian values or whatever it's called, right? Because if you don't, then you're immodest or whatever, and that's just a double standard. These days, people are more open about it, but yeah, anyone exists as long as sex has, exactly. But it has evolved in the way that we show it and how we're able to use it in literature, writing, and stories, things like that. Doing the action and reading about the action should be different. Words cannot fuck you, so they need to convince your brain you are being fucked. Exactly. Well, barring reading things out loud, because that's that's a whole other dimension of being fucked. At any rate, we're adults here, so we can talk about this. How do I explain sex? The feminine priesthoods of Inanna and Ishtar. Thank you, Elsie. But what was it going on about? Right, like it's evolved from the way that, what's it called? Over, like, as you guys said, sex has been a thing as long as people have been doing it. And it's been depicted and portrayed in history and art in so many different ways. But to your point though, Hunter, certain parts of history have essentially influenced the way that we have learned to write about it or talk about it, right? It's kind of like how Prohibition happened in America, and the way that we understand alcohol and the effects of it have changed since then because of how organized crime was organized around it. How do I explain having sex? Well, the good starter is having it first. Thanks, Headless. What would I know about that? None, actually. As, at least, as this present moment, and as I look at my watch. Now o'clock, I've never had it. Just so everyone knows. I watched a 3-hour ContraPoints dissertation on Twilight that encompassed sexuality and feminism in literature over time. Wow. Impressive. Most FGC players couldn't write about it then. You can write about something you don't know much about. You just have to do enough research, right? Sometimes the research means actually having it. Yeah, but like up to a certain point. It's like how you don't need to kill someone to write about serial killing in your fictional story, okay? Please don't kill people just to write a story. That is fucked up. I didn't mean it like that. I said something to this effect to a 20-year-old I talked to once. Her writing about sex clearly displayed that she hadn't had sex yet. You're right. Sometimes the best you can do is just like monkey see, monkey do. But there's layers to it, right? It's like how one of the tips people say is it's not about force, it's about pressure, right? I've heard this one. Actually, I wonder if I can show that video. Wait, oh, hi Sly. Thank you for adding something I can read after this. Yeah, when you can tell someone is just guessing. I've never had it. I didn't do enough research. I've never watched porn. I'm just trying to write it so I can get it out. Then you have to go through the trouble of finding a representative sample of the population to have sex with you. But then what if you're the variable that you're not changing out, so you have to account for that? It just gets messy. Giggity. So when George Lucas blew that planet, the moon-sized planet story, his method acting was unnecessary. His method acting is crazy. Oh my god, hold on. I think I can find the scene I'm looking for. I just need to go scroll up a little bit. Because I remember I sent it as a funny joke. Where did I put it? Be patient, chat. Oh, found it. Some of you might have seen this before, some of you might not have. So, someone posted. So, what is it? Someone posted this on LinkedIn. I think this guy's a comedian, maybe. Here, I tried at the cuck chair yesterday. Sat in the corner, watched my girlfriend sleep with another man. Why? Because if she cheats on me, I'd rather learn from it. When a client leaves you for another business, do you moan and cry? Do you sit at home wallowing? No, you get good. You collect data and improve. That's what I was doing while a man plowed my lover. I was doing market research. It's not a cuck chair. It's a cuck vantage point. No, Biggs, don't nod. And what did I walk into? Here, and then someone posted this video. When the cuck is the backseat driver.
Slow down. You're not trying to make her finish. You're trying to help her enjoy herself. What are you doing with your hands right now? Yeah, it's obvious you don't know. Figure it out. Do you know about any other erogenous zones? Can you even spell erogenous? It's not about punch. It's about pressure. You got all this weight and you're not using it properly. Now that's actually quite interesting. Kudos. Listen, you are not just bouncing, you are riding, and you are not just laying there, you are being ridden. Can we see a little teamwork? Can we see a little synchronization? Well, what kind of money shot were you expecting? You can't cash out on an investment you never paid into.
Beautiful video. You know, I feel like some people could learn from this. Based on pure, like, speculation. Anyways, Ron, what's happening here? We're talking about sex. And because people ask, how do you write a sex scene, Braun? I can explain this to you. Hey, bro, lock in. Basically, do know, by everything he said in that video is pretty correct. Watching porn is also not the best research for writing about sex. This is also true because, I don't know if you realize this, but a lot of porn is written by men. And sometimes the male fantasy is separate from reality. Like, extremely separated from it. Like, divorced even. Because it's meant to just play, like, it's just meant to sell you on this idea of what it's like instead of what it's actually like. I mean, the director on the foreign film. You gotta absorb multiple mediums to learn at best. Yeah. Multiple mediums is what you meant. Yeah, yeah. You missed Braun reading a sex scene. Imagine a Jackson Pollock painting, then write it. Oh, you mean the splattering paint? Man ain't wrong. What I'm saying, or divorce just like hurricane. This is why you both read the male and female fantasy. You read Yaoi and Yuri. This is actually correct. Please do read multiple things. Like I know it's not for me, but I've also read a lot of different things to see what it's like on the other side. And like, okay, I get nothing from this, but I'm actually getting something else out of it, which is what a beautiful scene. What great sensibility. This person gets it. This person knows anatomy. This person has no idea how anatomy works, but the writing is really good. Stuff like that. This reminds me of the executive cuck chair image I found a while back. Oh my god, I think I know what you're talking about. I read a lot of alien stuff. Interesting. I'm not going to get into that, even though there's things I could say. I have more I could say on it. Do I want to delay stream for delay the ads for 5 minutes to talk more about it, or do I want to do an ad break, come back to it? And then there was the sex scene I wrote, which is the non-binary fantasy, version 1, with man. Yes, I saw that, actually. I mean, I did notice that. They were non-binary. A lot of people seem to also get this wrong, which is that you can be non-binary and still, like, have the, like... You know, it's... How to put this? Technically speaking, non-binary with, like, whatever parts you're working with someone who has the other parts. Some people say, isn't that just straight sex? Well, yes and no. It's technically gay sex because heterosexual sex means two binary parts that identify as binary having the act with each other. Sex with a man, that's gay sex. Sea witch, there's no gender, they're water. Exactly, headless. Which I did note, and I was like, that's beautiful. Amazing. I like attention to detail. The guy in the video, he ain't wrong with his directions. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said, the guy in the video actually is speaking truth. Like... Anyways. Non-binary has no direct relation to your partner. Exactly. Now, when you identify as non-binary, genitals shrivel up, disappear. Everyone knows that. Thanks, Tired Toad Sage. There it is. Why are we talking about the Devil's Tango? Hi, Grix. It's because someone asked, how do we write better sex scenes? You missed the sex arc? We're learning. It was crazy. I was out here making a fucking Guilty Gear joke and it went right over Braun's head. No, I saw that. Sex with a man. That's the one. Anji, sex with a man, Mito. If you are non-binary and dating a robot, I will judge you a little bit. Yeah, that one, well, depends on the nature of the robot. As in, like, is the robot sentient to the point where, like, this is science fiction? Well, now we're getting some real shit. Playing Warframe just to show up here talking about sex. What Warframe are you playing? As, I mean, Ron read the sex scene and wrote that. There we go. No, Braun, because robots use binary code. Oh my god, you're so right. Let's take an ad break. Currently waiting for my Varuna Prime to be done crafting. Animate dog? Oh, hell yeah. Man, I'm out of touch with Warframe, but I still appreciate people who, like, update me on what's going on in Warframe occasionally. I'm not reading non-binary, Garland. Ha, I get it. Did you turn the sounds back on? Oh, you're so right. Let me turn them back on for you guys. You're free now. There. I generally don't believe I would ever be able to write spec scenes. Well, there's a first time for everything, but unless you don't want to, that's the difference. Personal hangups? Yeah, what Derbling said. Play some gear matches. The spark might be reignited. Let's go. A good patch. Let's go. Yes. Yes, baby. Yes. All right. Gotta take a 3-minute ad break because instead of using the restroom last hour, I ended up talking to my brother because I bumped into him and we ended up catching up a little bit. So I really need to use the restroom. I'm gonna go use the men's toilet, which is really just the family restroom. You know, you got what I mean. Personal hangups, I don't think I could get into that headspace. I see. All good. Good luck. In the bathroom? Never mind. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys after this ad break. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. Let's see. What were you guys saying? Back from 2 hours of touching grass. Hey. Welcome back, Murdoch. How do I explain this? Yeah, I'm currently talking about how to write sex scenes. I'm gonna lurk, have a good stream. Okay, Headless. Stop putting these expectations on me and finding me a hot sea captain. Put him on me instead. Damn, put him on you? Just like just straight up throw him at you. Actually sprain an ankle. Oh man, how unsexy. Not really into captains though. I'll find him right away. Oh damn, she's running. During a hellish weather. Is it monsoon season or just really fucking hot? If no one's got me, no Grix got me. Let's see here. No. I need something with more movement. So, let's see, 6 p.m.? What a thing to say over this soundtrack. The Gundam anime. This just in Grix is a Gundam. Bumblebee sing and be like, okay, thanks. How the fuck did you find out? Not really having existential crisis because of AI, maybe take my job for realsies? Oh. You know, we were just complaining about that earlier because we were saying, like, even colleges now are trying to get students to use AI, and it's like, wow, this is gross. But, you know, we will fight back, okay? We will have our voices be heard and let it be known that that shit needs to be regulated better. Like, it has no place in the creative process, in my opinion. Well, even that, you don't need it, and you shouldn't rely on it at all. Actual alert. Just got back from striving with Xander. Lost most matches. That's okay. We still learning. Hell yeah. Hope you glad you had fun. Really fucking hot. I see. Who I'm maining is still unknown though. Maybe Soul, maybe Test. I don't know. I just want to instill the fear of God in my opponents. There are ways you can do that. Happy Chaos. It's now quirky to play Happy Chaos. Or is it? I don't know. Give it another few days. I hear people are already finding things that are broken. But, back to what I was talking about. Want to make them fear Nago? I love me some women. I do love women. Let's see. I think it's an alright way to aggregate information for the time being, but it also just kind of gets things wrong and doesn't know how to admit that it doesn't know or doesn't have access to things. Exactly. It's quite flawed. It's not perfect. Right? Did I hear women? Yes. It is something that we as a chat love. I don't like his movement. Anyways, back to what I was saying, because I know Elsie asked, how do we write better scenes? Women scary. Women are great. Do you hear men? I want a man. Men are good too. I do admire the abilities of men. What was I gonna say? Right. This might come as a shock to some people, but you gotta hear it, which is that just because you've had sex does not mean you're good at writing sex scenes. Right? That's a whole other skill set. That being said, also, people who are really good at writing sex scenes does not necessarily mean that they're good at sex, because both of those two things are different skills and practice. That's real? Exactly. Women. I want a woman in my life. Women are pretty great. Men are good. Women are great. Non-binaries can get it. For sure. That being said, I'll let you know my preference when I figure it out. I'm pretty sure, though, that I just like women. Now, what am I saying? I'm straight as hell. Like, I think my mod Ryo met me in person at Offkai years ago, and then later they went on here and it's like, is Bronze gays? They say, and then they typed in chat, no, chat, he's very straight. I said, thank you. Finally, someone gets it. Have you found someone yet? No, I've been single my whole life. Well, wait, no. I had a brief stint with somebody that didn't work out, so never mind, I can't say that. Like, I finally come to terms with it, acknowledged it, because it didn't go as far as I thought it would, but I still have to acknowledge it as a relationship. So, I shall not be talking about that. I would prefer not to. But yes, I'm still single. I just want to play with my Lego bricks. True. What a statement to come back to after my existential meltdown. Why do you have an existential meltdown? Maybe I don't want to know. The people who write sex good are the Fujos who obviously don't have it. Duh. That's because their fantasies overtake anything and make it sound so damn good. I'll drink to that. True. I'm now newly single after being divorced an hour ago. I was thinking, which is my fault, granted. Oh, you were thinking. I'm sorry about your divorce 45 minutes ago. Who just lab writing sex? You gotta practice to get good at anything? Damn. I'm out of hell. Let's go. I hope there's air conditioning. Me press silly buttons on Strive mean no date woman. That's not true. A lot of women do play Strive as well, but please don't play Strive to pick up women. That is weird and not cool. That's like performative fighting game player. Imagine. I don't have to imagine. There are people who do that. I fucking hate these people. Do you tell the devil I said hi? Whoa. I should play Stride pick up men. Whoa. Oh, Vibe Brain. Holy shit. Even then, actually, no, you shouldn't do that because the men would annoy the fuck out of you. They won't shut up, bro. Some people will care a little too much about the video game. It's always funny, though, when you get into something as a joke or as an ulterior motive, and then you end up getting way too into the game, and you forget about why you were doing it in the first place. I'm currently staring at the Strive main menu. My wife is in the other room. Oh, hell yeah. Wait. No, wait. Is that good or bad? Good that you... I was like, hell yeah to Strive. Then I read the second half of the sentence, like, oh. I can't tell if this is good or bad. Did you leave her there or what? Is she doing her own thing? I'm a woman who plays Strive? Exactly. That's why you play Valorant? Please don't go e-dating on Valorant. I cannot vouch for the caliber of person you will meet there. The quality of your dating partner will fluctuate wildly. When evil and all the bitches gender neutral will be on you trust. I love bitches gender neutral. One of my favorite pronouns for sure, for real. I play ABBA, they wouldn't want me anyways. Oh, that's not true. Even the women want ABBA. Wow, shit, all the nerdy autistic dudes play fighting games, so you beat them and force them to a rivalry-based situationship? Oh, that's so crazy. Would it make me hotter to play Strive? Yes or no? Yes. Like, this was an obvious, like, oh, damn, you're so... Like, there's nothing more hot than being multi-talented. I'll be so real with you. Like, think about that for a second. Being super talented one thing is already very hot. Being talented in multiple things makes you extremely attractive to people. Imagine that partner who can cook, clean, and fucking do your dishes. Right? Honey, I'm so tired. Don't worry, I've already done all the chores. You can just relax on the couch. Thanks, honey, you're welcome. Generally, you could play any game, and that's usually yes. Yeah. She's smoking and doing her own thing in her own space. We invade each other's space from time to time. It's a nice way to live. That is a nice way to live, actually. Please e-date on Valorant and then report back. Please no, don't do that. Dating people from a game is kind of strange in my opinion. I think that it depends on the person, but usually it goes back to the idea of online dating in general. Online dating is a strange space to navigate because sometimes it works out really well. You meet someone you really like for their personality. You start finding each other, like seeing what each other look like in person. You meet each other in person and find out more about each other and it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes like you're really smitten with somebody and then after that you meet each other in real life and the dynamic is different and it just kills the vibe, right? These are both things I've heard and seen. Midnight time to edit? Oh, okay. I've never seen a Valorant e-couple make it out of the relationship sane. Fair enough. I mean, there's so many people in high school I know that were so smitten with each other, right? Like, voted like couple of the year. And then I can't think of a single high school relationship that ever lasted once they graduated because I feel like they all either drifted apart or just things didn't work out. I'm trying to think of other characters to instill fear into my opponents. I want to force my opponents to make a decision, then punish them when they make the wrong move. Have you considered playing Axel low? We do want ABBA? True. Damn, girl, your quarter circles are clean as fuck. Actually, yeah, hell yeah. My wife likes my cooking and doesn't mind it when I practice saxophone. Oh, hell yeah. I want a partner who can't cook, can't clean, breaks all the dishes. That way they can harm my enemies. Oh my god, you're right. I didn't know your wife was a weapon. I want to force my... Wait, I already read that. A repost, since I believe you missed the other half of my message earlier. I worry having surrendered all my vices, I'm now drained of all my creative drive. Oh, I did miss that message. I can scroll up. Oh, there it is. I was thinking which is my fault. I worry about having surrendered all my vices, that I am now drained of all my creative drive. Now, this is So, it might feel that way sometimes, but actually it just means that you might be feeling understimulated, which means to say that your perception is currently tied to certain things of expectations, like as if I can only be inspired by these things, when really you just have to look at certain things and or sometimes it's about putting yourself in a different environment, sometimes it's about looking at things in a different way, and that's how you end up feeling inspired. Read poetry you wouldn't normally read, right? Well, go watch a movie that you haven't seen, or watch an old movie you've seen with a different perspective, right? Things like that. For example, one of my favorite ways to watch movies these days isn't necessarily about plot, but rather camera direction. Like they do a long shot here, they do a short medium shot here, they do extreme close-up here. Look how they cut this footage here. And looking at how the mechanical ways of putting together a movie is actually so cool, especially with lighting and things like that as well. Things like that are very inspiring. I can cook, clean, speak different languages, and big brain, love Star Wars, Star Trek. I didn't know you liked Star Wars, Star Trek, and Halo. Could drive like a badass. Oh my god. Yeah, no, those are all attractive qualities for sure. Yes, and the answer is no, I don't like him. Fair enough. You gotta really play all the characters, honestly. Have you considered playing Anshi? I knew a surprising amount of people who graduated as a couple, but might be because I went to a Christian school that taught unhealthy relationship dynamics. That's also fair. What does drive like a bat out of hell mean out of curiosity? It means the speed limit is a suggestion because I'm going too fast to read it, /J. Yeah, a bat out of hell means you're flying right out of there, like, so fast because you don't want to be there. I've been meaning to study cinematography to help boost my TTRPG game. Oh yeah, studying cinematography is so fun. I did it as a class in college. Wonderful, terrifying. Maybe I'll note it down. You're probably right. I think I'm just still in my post-vice anhedonia. I need to look up this word now. Inability to experience pleasure or enjoyment from activities that one used to find enjoyable. Maybe I shouldn't mention that. All good. What happened to your vices? Well, worker used to smoke. That's one thing. I do not understand fighting games. I don't feel like I'm learning anything when I'm trying to focus on a particular concept. Let's see. There was actually a post about this I can actually share. Give me a second. I can put it on the screen. It's on my Discord too. Let's see. I put it in helpful things. Bingo. This is applicable to anybody, not just fighting gamers. How do I pick up a complicated fighting game without getting overwhelmed? On learning one day at a time, teaching for longevity, and practicing to be a perpetual beginner. We often try to optimize for maximum learning efficiency and lose the fun in the process. When teaching others, the rule I follow is to keep the students' eyes on the path in front of them rather than looking at the destination, so they can appreciate the progress they're making in the moment. Practically speaking, this means taking a player. This is how you know I need rest. This means taking a player from doing no combos to doing bad combos before worrying about better combos. Eventually, we'll get them to a good combo, maybe even an optimal one, but trying to aim for that right off the bat is simply going to introduce more frustration to the process. And if the player feels too much frustration and not enough joy in a session, they will most likely not come back for another. My goal in teaching is to maintain the feeling of progress as consistently as possible, so every session feels like a W for the student. And the only way that happens is by breaking down the skills that the player is working on into small, digestible steps. Put another way, you could learn an optimal combo after 5 sessions of failure, or you could learn 9 whack combos in 9 sessions before getting the optimal down in your 10th. The latter path might take you longer, but you learn a lot more stuff, and you don't feel like a failure after each one, so you'll be more likely to come back for session number 11. That's the gist of it, right? Focus on what's in front of you first. I graduated high school in 2002. Half of the guys in my graduating class joined the military after 9/11. I don't think anyone graduated as a couple that year. That was a tough year to graduate, I'm not gonna lie. That was a lot happening in the world. So many things changed. I never understood what I'm supposed to be learning in a fighting game. That's alright. Sometimes you just press buttons for fun. Post-advice and anhedonia is crazy. Going through basic training with no caffeine was not super fun for the first little while. Oh my god. Melon. It's time for bed. Good night, gamers. Good night, Storm. Have a good one. Sweet dreams. Yeah. I think caffeine is all I have left. My coworker is in a relationship with a girl he asked out back in high school, and to this day he's still with her. I mean, yeah. They do exist, you know, high school couples, sweethearts. That explains why I couldn't strive last time I tried. Oh. Though their relationship could look better. Okay, that's not a good sign. There's sometimes red flags that you don't see. I went on a single date once 5 years ago. I haven't been on one since. I see. Okay, if we're being real here, there's many good people in the world. That being said, it's so hard to find them sometimes. Right? And sometimes it's not about whether they're a good person, it's about whether they're good for you. Right? Sometimes they have all these attractive qualities to them, but just because they're someone you want doesn't mean they're someone you need. That's the biggest difference. I think that's something people tend to overlook, is what I see it, right? Like, people are so smitten, and sometimes they make it work. But oftentimes what I see is that, you know, this person isn't good for you. Like, not that they're bad, but rather they're not good for you. As in, they're making you worse, and not in a good way. At this point, I'll take an arranged marriage. I think a lot of people are feeling that. People are like, I don't want to look anymore, man. The world's dystopian, online dating sucks, and I can't seem to find a single decent man in my area. If I was talking from a woman's perspective. Need to get back into Strive then? Maybe I just have to go on my I Missed Her arc to lock in on Strive. That's true. Honestly, if you want, Binks, I could send you all this ABBA art. I know a person, I know this really cracked ass, like, how to put this? I know this very cracked ABBA artist, and I've been sending her so much ABBA art I find on Twitter. If you want, I'll do the same for you, and maybe that'll get you out of your rut. Let me just sign up for another decade-long semi-toxic on and off again for the after affair real quick. Hell no. How can people make you worse in a good way? No. What do you, wait? Who said that? Did I say that, or are you trying to, or are you asking something? He said, hell no. A lot of the time, it seems that people forget to work on themselves and expect people to accept them as they are in spite of being a hot mess. Yes, this is also true. One of the reasons why my brother and I have both agreed, like, maybe we're not ready for relationships sometimes, is because we still have so many things that we got to fix about ourselves, right? Like, if you really want to know whether or not you're fit for dating, look at how you treat yourself. And oftentimes, the people closest to you are how you will treat. How you treat yourself is how you will often treat the people closest to you as well, right? So if you treat yourself badly, there's a high chance you will treat the person closest to you badly too, right? That's something to consider. Not always. This isn't always the case, but it's one of those things that is worth considering. Trauma makes for a hell of a character arc. Don't say that. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Jealousy, no. Seriously, my most recent experiences have turned me into an avoidant attachment era. Oof. You know, ever heard of burning too bright? Right? I made my magnum opus after getting a vision of the future to come. The events I have written are true to the future. It will happen, and this is how the world will end. Trust me. Oh my god. Some odd gut feeling that makes you hate them. Here's my thing. I don't want to date someone longer than a year. If you don't want to marry me after a year, then we need to be done. That's a good way to look at it, too, sometimes. Well, the thing about marriage is that it can be kind of expensive, people depending on what the circumstances are. So some people prefer to just remain as dating, but it depends on the person. But also, I totally relate to the whole like, I don't want to put more time into this if it's not going anywhere, which maybe is a bad way to look at it, but it is the thought that occurs to me sometimes. Right? Sometimes you don't know where something's going. It's like, sometimes it takes people a long time to figure out how they feel about each other. I can't go on dates with people I can't trust anyone, even myself. Oh my god. God bless artist. Abba deserves it all. Hello, high fever. Oh, wow. Ron out here sounding like legally smuggling art. Oh my god. You crack me up, swab boy. Husband. Worse is a vague term. What worse means could be a good thing. I don't know. I'm asking a question because you said they are making you worse and not in a good way. Oh. There are certain characters in fiction that are huge red flags. And there are people out there who will say, I can fix her. And the other half is saying, I want her to ruin me. I want her to make me worse. I want whatever they're having. Because they want to be destroyed inside and out. Makima? That's one example, for example. We can loaf for all... Wait, hold on. Holy shit. I meant like financial-wise. You know how expensive it is to plan out a wedding? Shit, I could write about that? Hell yeah. I'm not fit to date. I'm a chud. What if you were both chuds? That means that we hate each other because we're both chuds. Let's see. Why if it's not too personal? I don't want to waste their time or mine. I don't care about big wedding either, to be honest. Oh, I see. I mean, it will also depend on your partner. Sometimes people, like, your partner will love you, but they'll also want to, like, consummate the marriage in a way that is befitting their fantasy, right? Sometimes people really want to have a wedding, because for one reason or another. And I've been to weddings. I think weddings are awesome, but there's so much work as well. 2 years would be my limit. If my person isn't about me after 2 years, then I can do without them. That's true. Ab could make me worse. I don't want to fix her. I mean, there's also a thing is rushing into things, because here's another thing you have to consider. The dating process is usually about like two people meeting each other and getting to know each other, but rarely ever, okay, not rarely, but a lot. Oh, I can't even say that. There are couples that date each other for a long time, but have never lived with each other until after getting married. And then they start seeing a whole other side of each other when they start living with each other. And sometimes that's the deal breaker. And it's something you would not have figured out during dating process if you were not already living together. Malcolm is so real. Oh my god. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't see a red flag or anywhere. Okay, we call that delusion, brother. Hell yeah, signing up for getting ruined. Oh my god. Abba can make me worse. I don't want to fix her. There you go. It's cheaper to get eloped and spend the wedding money on a honeymoon. That's true. Although you don't have to be an elopement. It could be with consent. All the family members can say, yeah, sure. Brian, you want to be chud with me? I'm not a chud, though. A red flag isn't bad if red is my favorite color. This is also true. Maybe the solution to the internet is for an incel to find their femcel in hatred and love. That's a certain type of relationship that could be written about multiple times over and over again. Maybe the solution to the internet... Wait, I already read that. That's why you're my husband. If that's the case, is there a really difference between being married and just continuing dating? Like, what does a marriage actually do, right? Legally, what it does is that it changes your income and your status for taxes. I think I've read a manga with that plot. You have all that tension on us, freaks me out. I see. Very valid, it is a lot. We need to normalize the idea of people changing as they get older instead of rushing into things. This is also true. Yeah. Beyond living together, the biggest tests are renovating, redecorating, and traveling together. Oh my god, don't get me started on that. I don't really like traveling with my family anymore because all my mom and dad do sometimes is argue in the car, and it's like, I've done this for so many years now, I don't want to do this again. It's not that they hate each other, but man, they do not agree on a lot of things. It's like, it's a miracle that they're together still. It also allows you to throw a giant ass party when you get married. That's true, but you can also do that while single. when you have to choose between putting the Miku statues up versus the Gundam. No. Wait, why can't we just share? Right? I love road trips, so I would like to find someone who loves road trips. That's true. Although you also want someone who's not gonna annoy you the entire time on a road trip. You never know, right? When you like, here's another thing that people don't consider about online dating, right? I was alluding to this, but I need to be more blatant about it, which is that body language matters so much. When you cannot see, hear, or sometimes people can still do like camera to camera, but if you cannot like in person hear someone, if you cannot like touch or smell somebody, or even like look at their body language and how they're like communicating to you on a different level other than voice, it's different, right? And sometimes that's gonna affect how you feel about someone a lot. True, put the Miku X Gundam collab up. True. This is why I don't own anything. Then my theoretical future life partner can just put up whatever without displacing my stuff, since I don't own any. But it's not even just that, worker. It's like, okay, they're putting stuff up, but do you even like looking at that? Like, sometimes people will let it slide, but there's some things like, I really hate that thing you put up, but I don't want to say anything about it, and it's gonna bother me. I'm like, why do you always look so bothered when you're in the house? I don't want to talk about it. And that's how it starts. Lack of communication. Lack of communication kills so many relationships, because you just both decide, oh, well, let's just agree not to talk about it. And that shit sits there like dishes in a sink until it gets too big, and then all the plates fall down and break. Right? You gotta talk about it eventually. Yes to the wait. The difference between being married and just continue dating. What's the difference other than the legal stuff? You also need to find somebody who can drive plus 5+ hours straight as well. Yeah. There's something I hate. I'll say so. Why do you think I'm single? I mean, yes, that means that you haven't found someone who can drive with you yet. That's all. I used to have things up and then I left it for an hour. Oh my god. Road trips are sick, so big agree there. Just took an UMA quiz and the bastards assessed him for autism at the same time. So rude. Jesus Christ. All right, I have a couple new things to read here. One's from Sly and one's from Hunter, I believe. Hurricane, you're double dipping. And you didn't even put check marks on it. Excuse me. All right, first off, this is Sly's. I've always wanted to live life without fear and without pain. To be able to feel safe, respected, and at home. Yet I failed. I began to pretend to not care about it at all, or care about it all, calling my masking apathy, saying the pain no longer hurts me. I've fallen down a waterfall while navigating the rivers of life, trying to hide it all. Now I'm hurt even more by myself and everyone before, all because I didn't want to be hurt by them anymore. I really like the rhythm on this piece, honestly. Like, the raw emotion is definitely felt, but more than that, I really like the flow. There is, like, I don't know if it's intentional, but the metric feet of this actually lines up in a way that feels very rhythmic, almost like it's a rap. So it's very pleasing to my ear to hear it out loud. Now, there is always the concern of being too raw with emotion to the point where it becomes too sentimental or cliche, which it ends up alienating people because it's too raw. Right, this is a thing. This is a problem with some poetry. Like, it's too much. But in this case, it actually walks the line pretty well. I will say, sometimes it, you know, I've talked about the whole showing versus telling. Some of this is very telling. I failed, masking apathy, pain no longer hurts me. Right. As song lyrics, they work really well. In terms of poetry, I would say that it's abstract. Right. Abstraction in music works really well. Abstraction in poetry tends to leave things, in a way that does help produce imagery. But at the same time, this works because I feel like it would work really well as song lyrics in a way. I did try to make it flow, yeah, and I felt that. You did a really good job here. I especially like, at first I was like, where's this going? And then it hit Waterfall, and this is where it really hurt. It really hit its stride after it hit Waterfall here. Because at that point, like the use of Waterfall here ends up becoming imagery because it's not an image I associate with, which makes it feel fresh. You know what I mean? It's cool. I did put a check mark as it is double dipping. Oh, I didn't. I see. I wanted to try again, but I didn't want to take up too much time. All right. I also did this. I passed with or without the autism. The only time I ever got hit on was by another woman, so I took that as a compliment. Damn. I looked extremely lesbian. What the hell? I did try to make it flow. I think I need someone who can tolerate me being stupid and silly. Being serious all the time is annoying. I'm already serious enough trying to be live daily. Really? I always perceived you as very silly. What? 16? Hi. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, no, I think that's true. Like, if your true self is silly and whimsical, then I feel like your partner should accommodate for that. Right? You know what I mean? Your partner you should feel good being with your partner. You should not feel stressed out being with your partner. I feel like that's not good for your health. Yes, I think out of the people who hit on me, 90% were women. Women loving women is so progressive these days and very popular to do. Less so with them. Actually, is it less so with the men? I feel like more men are hitting on each other so much more these days. Actually, what am I saying? I look at my Twitch chat, people are hitting on me, damn it. All the men are hitting on me for some reason. How do you say someone has gray eyes without saying it? You compare their eyes to something else that's gray. It reminds you of this thing that is gray, but you don't have to say it's gray because everyone knows it's gray. Sometimes people get away with like, you have eyes like Athena, and there are people who know Athena know that Athena has gray eyes in mythology, but like, that's kind of cliche, so you know, there's multiple ways to do it. Just teasing. I'm at battery. Wait, something that just occurred to me. I would like someone who knows cars can change my oil and battery when needed. Oil and batter. Oh, I see. A car man, huh? Interesting. If they can't handle your funny Halloween, they don't deserve you. So true. I got Admire Vega. Girly eyes. Wait, no. Gree eye. No. Come on, Hurricane. I've only ever seen you silly. That's true. Like I said, I see the waterfall as something like a downfall of a sort. I mean, yes, that's something you can interpret. Don't let your partner take your whimsy from you. True. I got a 6 which said they were like a 95% chance of autism. I see. Take a nap 2 hours of grass exhausted me. All right, have a good one. Right. Naps are really popular. Are naps popular in the Philippines, or is it just something you like to do, Murdoch? Either way, good night. Why like hitting on you? What? That's just who I am on the internet. I've been serious before only on rare occasion. Right, exactly. Their eyes flicker like the brooding storm in the distance. I think people have different depths of them, you know? Also, hello, Rusty Shampoo. We're doing creative writing? Yes. We're looking at, what's it called? Community-submitted writing based on a weekly prompt. The weekly prompt this week is this one, Chasing Waterfalls. Well, yeah, I really like this, Sly. Thank you for sharing. Athena has gray eyes, exactly. Their eyes flicker like the brooding storm in the distance. Oh, that's a really good way to say their eyes are gray, yeah. I'm having a boy date next month, so men are hitting on men. Oh, heck yeah. A night with the boys. I appreciate you and your silly self. Yeah, gray with a big E. I like the gray debate is about to happen again. No, no way. I'm serious and no nonsense most of the time, so I need someone to bring out the silliness in me. Yeah, I see that. Although I feel like I bring out the silly in everybody, but at the same time, that's because I'm so fucking serious half the time that everyone's like, feels really good being silly around me because I keep fucking, you know, they like bouncing off of me or something. I'm gonna bounce off the walls myself at this rate. I appreciate you too. I think you're so cool. We like hitting on you. I see. Hitting on me? Hitting me or hitting on me? I guess all of the above, huh? All of you. Okay. There's like, you guys flirt so blatantly, jokingly that it's impossible for me to ever get confused. That's the funny thing. Well, for the most part. It's mostly the men flirting with me because they all know I'm straight. I saw someone talking earlier. The reason that MLM is less accepted, and especially through the lens of bisexual men, is because sex with men is viewed as inherently feminine. Wait, MLM. Men loving men, I see. Bisexual men is because sex with men is viewed as inherently feminine thing. And internalized misogyny comes out to tell people that they're less of a man for giving up their masculinity to another man, which gives them on the same level as women. It's all patriarchal and has really interesting downstream effects. I agree. Like, men loving men is actually a beautiful dynamic. And if you've ever actually seen, if you've actually, like, read, like, men loving men in fiction, it's so tender. Like, it doesn't even have to be, like, both are masculine men, or both have to be like the soft type of men. You could just be two regular people that are men, but you love each other, and it's beautiful. Your eyes look like the storm that is approaching. Insert fucking Virgil here. I am the storm that is approaching.
Why isn't it working? Must more blood be shed?
Like always, dude, for my slideshow, you need to do it in a slideshow and click through it slowly, let the things move on their own until you're sure it's done. I see. I need to do it in a way that doesn't use any existing cultural myth, religious reference. Okay, this is inspiring. There you go. Wait. Well, no, Elsie, stop. Hold on. Before you use that. That is inspiring, yes, but just know that it is in fact a reference to a video game. Please. Elsie, please. Braun is a straight man, figuratively and literally. Correct. Although it's an entire weekend, so not sure if that's a date or not. Point remains, we're gonna look like a couple. I mean, two guys hanging out. History will say they were just good friends. Unless you're doing some real gay stuff, like say as your friend feeds you, or you feed your friend. And they were roommates. I remember for like the first year of being here, I was super reserved. Making friends is hard. You guys are so cool. That was at the time Fever just popped again to say hi, or just would like Strive is cool, and then the things got real silly. Homosexual. There you go. I don't know. Lick your eyeball sensual. Don't do that. I've seen this in fiction. It is so bad because actually that is so room for like bacteria and like bad illness. Do not do this. Chasing waterfalls? I see. Shout out to TLC. True. I haven't done creative writing so long, so watching this is very refreshing. Oh, yeah. I do these streams every week in order to invigorate the people with like, you can do it. You can write something and you can feel good about what you write. It's not about perfection. It's about just letting yourself express your creative thoughts and get something out there. And eventually, if you keep doing that, you will have an entire like creative portfolio. And that's something that's very good to have. I like to be silly because why live serious when it's not needed? Well, sometimes being serious is needed, but it's based case by case basis, you know? For example, if I'm having a real talk, I don't want you just like treat it irrelevantly or, you know, flippantly because I'm trying to be real with you. Right now, though, we're having fun, so it doesn't matter. We love BL in this household. True, except I'm not gay, but I respect it. Yuri on Ice was certainly tender in all the right ways. Why is it not Yaoi on Ice? Maybe it wouldn't have sold it. I mean, I know the character's named Yuri, but still. BL, yippee! Still so hurt that there's no more Yuri on Ice. Yeah, it became Yaoi on Ice, that's why. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop with the joke. Remind me of my pain. Ugh. Braun likes straight lines? Yes, question mark? And they were roommates. I wasn't about to actually use it. Just gave me a springboard for other things to compare to. Okay, thank God. I was like, I hope that you got the message. Eyes like gathering storm rather implies anger, indignation. That's not the setting of the sea. I know. It's like the coming storm, though, feels like, oh, they exuded danger and lightning, electricity in the air. Like, but so attractive. I get it. You're so right, though. They really are the storm that is approaching. They were like rain clouds in the distance. They were like droplets tapping on my door. They were like rumbling thunder. Their eyes as steel slated as the sky. The color of stone. Hard. Yet oh so irresistible in some ways. I don't know. Talking out of my ass right now. But Braun, you're talking with your mouth. That's true. We're not supposed to feed our friends? Depends on how you do it. Nothing wrong with being a little romantical. But it's Fever. They're gonna get the wrong idea. I just remembered a stupid-ass video.
have defeated every school of magic. I'll show you the meaning of life. Life magic? What are they gonna do? He already beat death, fire, and every other magic. Life magic. Please. What are you going to do? I cast! First feeling. Hey, what's up? I really appreciate you. I like you, bro. Well, I feel... What the hell was that? I cast! First date! What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? There's so many people staring. So, why would I care what randoms think? I'm here for you. You're the first person to treat me like this. For the love of God, please, no more. I can't handle all of this. Please, I cast hospice. I don't want Grandpa Military to die. We had a good run. How about more? Unfortunately, life is cruel.
I forgot there are multiple people who dubbed this one. This one's a pretty good one, though. But yeah, that's a stupid ass video I remember from time to time. Brr, 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 brr. Was there another version of this I remembered? Probably not. Unless... Is this another version of it with a different dubber? Let me double check.
I have defeated every school
It has a different flavor depending on who's voicing it.
What are you going to do? You already beat death.
Maybe not, though. We don't need to do it twice, guys, but you get the idea. Oh, I do want to hear him say it.
Please, what are you going to do? I cast! First, feeling. Hey, feeling.
Okay, you get the idea. I'm not playing it twice. Okay, we got it. I got the idea. Anyways, you know, the funniest thing about that is because of course, it's done shitty on purpose, but because the content is so good, the shitty execution only makes it better. Like, the scenes where they were like doing the dating stuff was actually so well written. God dang it. Can I do a second submission? I made something less shit. If you want, I don't mind. Although I'm probably gonna be finishing up soon enough. But I got one more thing to read after slides, which is Hunter's at the very least. I think Hunter said there are Google slides in this. I had no idea for this prompt, so I went beyond human comprehension. I'm pioneering slideshow storytelling. So cute. Oh, hold on. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Licks your eyeballs disinfected? Oh, you. But it is disinfected. Y'all can have friend dates. Just keep your socks on. Okay, that's true. We're gonna be kissing? Oh, damn. Nothing wrong with being a little romantical. We're not supposed to feed our friends? You mean to tell me we can be educational? Yes? Fever the fearful at first, and then there's the Giga Chat Hunter. Hey, can you put Makima from Chainsaw Man in your fanfic at first? Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that shit. You really came in swinging, huh? And then you're like, okay, we know the boundaries now. We can establish our new normal now. Besides which, eyes like a gathering storm replies, wait, I already read that. We can stream Khan Academy? Not right now. I'll be serious when needed. I just mean that I would be silly when I do not need to be serious. True. Eyes like a brewing hurricane. BT. I'm serious and no nonsense most of the times. Oh, I already read that. Provoking even. The storm approaching. Editing some mad angst that is going to emotionally destroy someone. You think? Let it hang for real, for real. Now I gotta listen to all of Bury the Light. True. I'm asleep now, very tired. Good night, Sly. Have a good one. The only wizard I accept. No, not this guy. No, we love life magic. Maybe Yuri was the slight hint of yaoi to lure straight people like me and go, wow, the animation character design is something to, oh, it's BL. Well, we have 6 episodes deep. I mean, there's nothing wrong with appreciating the good art, you know? Watching it does not make you gay. That's the fun thing. Like, you can come out of, like, LGBTQ plus territory and still be a straight ally. It's fine. If you end up finding out something about you, it's like, that's the thing. Here's the thing people get wrong. You don't become that. It's you were already that. You just didn't know it yet. That's the difference. An ironically really creative application of life magic. True. So cute. So true. This is making me blush. Arr, I know. I need a wizard so bad. Well, they do say if they're a version of 30, they're a wizard. Me, if I got isekai, it's so true. I regularly quote, I cast hospice a bit too much. No. No clue why that video reminded me of I count 6 seconds, fuck face. I love that video too. The vaguely European accent, right? Oh my god, you too? Eyes like cloudy moonstone, like the pools left in the Grand Mountains after the rain. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That second line hit me. Thank you for the head patting the bird. Is in there? Alright. Greg Locke. No. It's still theme related. I just like it more than the first one. Right. Hunter is like an invasive species that somehow acclimates itself to the ecosystem. I mean, it's not... Well, at that point, you're not invading. You're simply just visiting until you decide to settle in. I read Metamorphosis and turned into a cockroach. Oh no. That's true. I hang out in here and I'm still incredibly straight. What? Did you just call my stream... Did you just call my stream gay? I've watched all of my heated rivalries and didn't feel a thing for the men. I heard that's a good show. I didn't realize it was asexual. I didn't realize I was asexual until after I left the church and was trying to figure out why I still didn't like the idea of sex. Well, there you go. Yeah. I really like queer media as a cis-het man's. True. Cherry Llama, thank you for head patting. Wait, I already said head patting the bird. Anyways, I got the idea. But welcome in, Cherry. I gotta wake up 8 a.m. against my will. Oh, you also have to wake up at 8 a.m.? I also have to wake up at 8 a.m. Twinsies, I'll see you at 8 a.m. Maybe. It's a great show and very gay. I figured, yeah. Anyways, what was I going on about? Oh, right. We gotta look at Hunter's thing. Holy shit. Hold on. Top 10 reasons why I hate Niagara Falls by Joe Bob Bobertson. Click to continue. What am I clicking on? Put it into slideshow mode. Oh, I see. Okay, well, the problem is now that I can't... Okay, hold on. Let me... What does that look like on stream? It's too damn big. Is there a wait, preview slideshow? Presenter view? Presentation display options. Don't do full screen. Have a good night, husband, sweet. All right, I gotta wake... Oh, I see. They're jackhammering my kitchen to fix a pipe. I got no choice to have a grand rising. I'm so sorry, Binks. Never mind. You know what's funny, though? I accidentally thought that was Fever who said I need to wake up 8 a.m. Sorry. Good night, Barman. Good night, Fever. Good night, Grix. Have a good one. Have a good sleepy, Grix. Good luck with the early. The Joe Bobertson. That's a common issue for me, I found. All good. Anyways. Holy hell. Is there music attached to this, too? Number 1, it is rather moist and damp. Oh my god. Look at this place. Look at all that deadly water. So moist and damp. Spread mold and it's required for this earthly life. Click to continue, uwu. That says, fuck my Chungus life in very tiny text. Holy hell. Oh, alien cat. It takes a special kind of mind to... Oh, what the heck was that? Click to continem. Thanks, Niagara Falls. Flashbang. Oh. It was too much. Go back. Or was it? Do I have to wait? Feel like I'm in roofied? Changeable eyes that in anger turn as dark as a springtime storm and in happiness like lambent pools in a granite bowl. That might be a little wordy. Oh my god. Never mind. Waterfalls chasing me. They beat me up and stole my lunch. Money back. My lunch money back in April 36, 2078. D, the waterfall that's jumping me. Okay, thanks. Oh my god. I stepped on a piece of gum at the Viagra Falls. All right. The subplot happening is actually insane. Waterfall. Noun, a human transmogrified into a landmass with a cascading body of water can transform back into a beastly form at the command of their master or on full moons when unobserved. I feel like I need the sound of a waterfall. Large waterfall ambience. Okay. This statement has been declared false by Supreme Leader Henry D. Truman. There is, in fact, no magical beings with powers to turn people into waterfalls, and especially not the glorious leader. Whoever believes this is crazy. Like, seriously, who the fuck would take this seriously? Ha ha ha. Hello. Number 9, Henry D. Truman is dead. Rest in peace, Big Truman. He would have loved... Number 11, the Niagara Falls are pretty good, actually. Epic theme for the finale of this adventure. I can't even highlight it. Freddy Fazbear's, this is the next step. Yeah, what's the next step? Gotta dig through the slides. Oh my. There's so many layers. It's view only. Reload. What in the world is this? Do I get to see layers here? What am I expected to do here? Just gotta break? What do you mean break? Like, tear it apart? Okay. He doesn't deserve the big D in his name, Truman. Why did you have to do waters like that? Was still there. You hear the voice. Hear her voce here in the casting waters. Truman is still there following these waterfalls, cascades. Follow me. They're running at those waterfalls. Something analog horror. I'm okay. Pure nonsense. Honestly, absurdity for absurd. I mean, bonus points for creativity for sure. Is that Chinese? Oh. I see. Oh, actually, that was kind of important. Henry D. Truman, 2039 to current day. Okay, there's nothing more I can do here. Nope. What in the... March 12th, 2067, the waterfall that's jumping me. Truman got her, my beloved Niagara. I begged him not to take her. I tried to trade my 50 Bitcoin, my 50-year-old Fortnite account. Tell it was ton on that bastard's greed. Insatiable, must be stopped. Said to him as waterfalls dragged her away. Oh, how my Niagara's fallen. And you know what he said to me? I like the sound of that. I think I'll use it later. And all I can do is cry and cry. Walmart, 2038. I must stop him. I must hit him with that epic Call of Duty montage method. I see. Truman must die. I know what I need to do to save my Niagara, to free her from... Wait, no, not that part. That witch's spell. I must slay the mad witch, free my beloved Truman. I have a friend of a friend of a friend. Okay. The boyfriend, girlfriend, them friend, their gender. What does that say? Gender gaseous? Brother, sisters, cousin, uncle, friend, friend of friend, blacksmith has forged with me several elephant gun bullets, pure silver that shall destroy evil. That's right, I, Joe, Bob, Bobberson, must shoot them hard at Henry D. Truman to save my love. Okay. Let's see. I did read this already. But I feel like there's more I'm missing here. Unless... Oh, there's this one. Here it is. It's a Rick roll. Which I wouldn't have been able to play on stream anyway. Truman King, President Lord of the Third and a Half America Eastbound, was found dead, exploded into violent pieces in front of where Niagara Falls was in the land now a crater. Rest in peace, Big Truman, 1989 to 2578. You would have loved Guilty Gear Vixen. Okay. Well, thanks for that, Hunter. That was an experience. Bonus points for creativity, though, for sure. You're gonna have to... Well, actually, let me see if I can just... Okay, we fixed it all. You can now show... Would you show this to Daniel Saz? Let me see here. Back to the brain sound instead. I shouldn't... Oh, I already read that. Brain is evil, won't let me sleep. Okay. Territory. Eyes like granite, hard and strong, somehow also as soft as a rabbit's coat. Maybe I'm not good at writing. That's not bad. It's like getting closer, but like you're getting there. I'm back. What's happening here? Oh, real Korean. We're observing Hunter Caleb's rather progressive work. Quite a marvel of a slideshow. I agree. You've exposed 30 people to something truly deranged. True work of art, Mr. Hunter. What is it? It's 2011 grade 8 PowerPoint presentation. I love it. You can look at it for yourself in the Discord. He studies her eyes, her beloved eyes he's missed these past weeks. Eyes like the pools of rain left behind in the granite cord. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Well, actually, what even... Well, hold on, let's do our due diligence. What is the color of granite here? Well, it varies, actually. There's different types of granite. There's probably a more gray stone that we can think of. So, that's the creative practice for the day. Yep. For the introductory description, I think it's enough. I think it's really good. The only issue is, I think, what can we use instead of granite? They would love it. Granite is mostly gray, isn't it? I kind of had inspiration for this thing I read called What Football Would Look Like in the Future. I know about that website. It's crazy. In like 5 seconds. Have you guys seen that website? Actually insane. Alright, I'll probably be ending stream pretty soon here, but we're gonna go take one more 3-minute ad break because I don't have enough time to read both things and give feedback. So we'll be right back after these messages, alright? I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. Let's see what I missed. Ending screenplay deadlock? No. Maybe. No. Actually, I gotta check with my brother first. Ron says my writing isn't awful, maybe I actually feel good? Well, yeah. I would never say something's bad. I would just say whether something's working or not working. Which is way more constructive than saying I don't like it or I think it's bad. That's like, or I think it's good, or like what I need to make sure that things are actually happening, right? And the best way to do that is to tell you like constructive things. Because I would love to see more. More writing is good. Nice benefit of doing this. It's easy to get into your own head if you never show your stuff to anybody, and Braun's even-handed analysis is genuine and helpful. I'm even-handed. I'm ambidextrous. No, I'm sorry. What was I saying? Oh, right. We got 2 last things to read. First is Hurricanes thing. And then after that, one by Worker. The rain started lightly. It always does. It starts with clouds overhead. You panic and run inside hoping that maybe it's the day the rain doesn't come. It'll be a light trickle at first. Each week it appears in the sky, piercing through everything but your skin. You might think it's manageable. It's fine, you tell yourself. The rain can be ignored and attributed to some moral failing you possess or some ill feeling you've neglected for a bit too long. Then the wind picks up. It picks at your clothes and chills to your bones. Everyone around you looks at you like you're mad, reacting to a ghost. You insist it's real, and you insist you can feel it, the drops of water trickling down your spine. They laugh and point to the roof, say the sky is clear, yet the rain still arrives except when you're in your room. Your room, the one respite from the wind and the rain, the room with a computer with your friends and a bed to laze in. In the room it's nice, the dryness becoming your default state again, equipped with everything you need but do not deserve until you step outside, only to find the rain still comes. The trickle grows into a shower. You can still stand, but it's there around every corner of your world. Every step you take is another worry about when the rain might hit. You see somebody you love and flinch, remembering when you embraced them and the rain started to fall. They looked at you funny, claimed you should go somewhere, talk to someone, but the rain, to them, it never comes. The shower grows even more persistent. It never lets up. Some days you swear it'd be easier if you got used to it. Maybe everybody has this rain, you think. They are just better at dealing with it. So why? Why can't you deal with it? It's some rain. It never hurts you, only gets your clothes wet, makes you want to hide away, and makes you afraid of stepping outside. Why are you so afraid of when the rain comes? The shower picks up to a waterfall level of force, ignoring all previous boundaries. It pins you to your bed. You roll and whimper underneath its commandeering presence before it lets up for an hour. A single hour of sunshine, finally falling on your skin. Sunshine to be found everywhere, in the bottom of bottles, to the warmth found on the roof. You can spread your arms, let your clothes dry, the stillness feeling odd. The rain has left. You feel the sun warm your skin, standing on the roof, before the rain falls again. You start to cry, your tears melding with the rain above. You push and pull at your face, trying to hide them from the world around, staring at the pedestrians down below, thinking that one step is all that it takes to end this. Yet you can't, mournful that the rain always comes. Beautiful work. Hey, Dew on the Grass. Thank you, Hurricane, for posting this. Oh, wowee. Ba-ba, 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 ba. That's beautiful. It was beautiful, yes. So this, funny enough, despite being more like prose, it was actually more like poetry than the actual poem. Because like I said, there is no rule that says your prose can't be poetic, right? If anything, you could think of this as prose poetry, where each of these paragraphs actually functions as a stanza. I love the repetition. Like the poem, like earlier, this does have repetition, but the repetition is more spread out in a way that isn't like intrusive. I love the details of it. I love the metaphor for what the rain actually means. It can be taken as literal, or it can be taken as the metaphor for depression. I think it works really well with the imagery as well. I love the use of the second person here with the you, because it becomes so personal as a result. Yeah, Chasing Waterfalls is the what's the word? Theme for this time around. A shame that Hurricane can't be here. Get food and some sleep. I will do the next prompt together. What a shame. Hurricane wrote something beautiful here. But I guess that I'll have to at them and say, you'll have to check the VOD. You'll have to check the VOD for the review on your second piece. But the other thing I will say is that I did feel like the ending might have been a bit cliche, because, but it still feels, it still hits, right? Like, to me, I'm asking myself, was the threat of, you know, self-harm necessary? I feel like it does, like, crosses that line a little bit where, like, I don't think you needed this to make your point. I think the stripping away of the sunshine, right, after all the rain, only to have it taken from you again, is already plenty sad enough, right? It gets the point across. Like I said, this is one of those beautiful prose poems that both tells a story and also becomes so personable with the way that it lines up the details, uses imagery, and tells that story to really make you understand, right? It's showing you, not telling you. You know what I mean? The only part that feels kind of telling you stuff is the ending, right? But otherwise, I still think it lands really well. I think this is really, really good, actually. Like, a great piece. But yeah, that's my thoughts on this. Thank you, Hurricane. Bless your heart, wherever you are right now. Probably asleep. So next up, we're gonna get worker. We're gonna get worker here again. I got a worker and a hunter in my chat. This gets kind of confusing from time to time. This weight pelting my shoulders, a Sutherland of stimulants, a maelstrom of morphine keeps the ink in my veins from coagulating as the flow slathers the walls and animates me as I grow thin and pale. Will this be the piece that makes it worth it? Okay, this is your usual style, and the style that's most prevalent in your black paintings collection, actually, where it's very much a vignette of like a piece framed by kind of a dark topic, right? This weight pelting my shoulders, a Sutherland of stimulants, right? I need to look at Sutherland. Historic country, Highlands of Scotland. I'm not sure if that's what you meant. Waterfall, New Zealand. I see. That's pretty smart. I'm not sure what New Zealand has to do with it, but I can see that it's like far removed from the rest of the world as a way of looking at it. A maelstrom of morphine keeps ink in my veins. I do like this topic, though, you picked, which is to say that you want to talk about how the extracurriculars help your process of creation. It keeps ink in your veins from coagulating, from stagnating. As the flow slathers the walls and animates me, the drugs help. I swear they do. I grow thin and pale. You die for your art. You live by the drugs. They help you until they don't. But you still need them. At least that's what you tell yourself. Will the peace that makes it... Will this be the peace that makes it worth it? You know? Is it better to die young for your art if it means the art outlasts yourself? Philosophical. Just the waterfall? With the same waterfall. Smart enough. I probably think Sutherland works here better than because of the consonant Sutherland of stimulants. There's some alliteration there. As opposed to if you said waterfall of stimulants, I don't think it would have worked as well. But the weight pelting my shoulders, the water coming down, right? The Sutherland of stimulants. Yeah, it works. It works really well. The imagery is there. It works really, like, it's all coming together. And it makes a lot of sense. It's one of those pieces where, like, oh, it's so dark. Well, tone aside, the actual craftsmanship of this one is much better. I like this quite a bit. Especially with the sounds of it, right? Shoulders, Sutherland of stimulants, maelstrom of morphine, ink in my veins, male veins, coagulating the A sounds of the assonance with the slow, the flow slathers the walls, the sounds with the flow, and animates me, and as I grow thin and pale. I think the couplet, though, will this be the piece that makes it worth it? I wonder. Well, I go back and forth on these last 4 lines, but it's put so plainly that I really can't complain. Like, plainly in a way that juxtaposes the beginning half of it in a way that still feels correct, if that makes sense. I'm basically humoring in my head whether there's an alternative to make this hit harder as the last ending line. Because right now, it hits in a way that feels still... I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Not, well, it's like sentimental, but not quite. Self-indulgent might be the right word, but at the same time, like... You know, I've talked about this, right? There are poems that you write where they're like time capsules. It's you in the moment, right? And then there's poems you look back on and you think, I'm not that person anymore who wrote this because I'm not in that state of mind anymore. Right? It kind of feels like that. It's one of those poems where it's so true and raw in the moment, but when you're no longer in that moment, it does feel like one of those times where the indulgence feels like I'm crying out for help in my poetry, almost. Right? I'm not going to use that word. What is that Hunter often uses? It insists upon itself. No, it doesn't do that, per se. But it's one of those things where, like, will this be the piece that makes it worth it? It's almost like because you end with a question, it almost becomes a weaker statement of a poem as a result. But then again, the open-ended question also still adds into the whole first half of the poem, so that's why I can't really say it's not working. It is working. Like, the whole poem is actually working really, really well. I'm just thinking, can we make it stronger? The end, I wanted more out of the ending. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I know what it's about. It's working really well in all the areas above, in all the technicalities. I think I just want more out of the ending. I think that's it. But as it is, it's still fine. I submitted something too? Yeah, I saw that actually. Just kind of want to touch it up a little first. All good. But yeah, that concludes my thought. Lastly, I have this piece by Kinji Cat here. Although she did say that she wanted to touch it up first, so I'm not sure. Appreciate you, friend. You're welcome. You're saying it works functionally, but it works well enough that it could have fat thrown in it. It's functional, but bare bones. No, it's like the soup is almost there. It just needs that one little, like, last dusting of something that'll make it kick. You know, it's like the Asian food, like, it's missing something. My mom's like, 2 more spoons of MSG. Puts it in there, like, damn, this shit fucks. Need some salt? Yeah, exactly. My VTuber from another mother. What's up? Hello, Utopia. How's it going? Actually, I guess it would be pronounced as VTuber from another mother. That rhymes a little better, but yeah. MSG Power Bomb, so true. I usually don't show people my art, so I get nervous sharing it. Lol, you can show it already? Show it? I already did what I wanted to. Okay. This art piece is by Kinji Cat, and I think it looks wonderful. We have a black cat here. I'm not supposed to critique, I'm just showcasing it. It's a black cat here, and we have a waterfall flowing that with this beautiful effect here. I really like that. It definitely gives off the sense of a cliff face here. I like that. Overall, it really, the coloring definitely makes me feel interested in it, mostly because it's on the darker side of colors. So it gives that sense of either shaded area or maybe a darker time of day, but it feels very intimate because of that the dark coloring. It's cute. I agree. It is cute. I like the cat. Like I can see its little like paws and it's sitting down. I dig it. Yeah. I thought that waterfall was something else. I need Sema. Anyways, it's a beautiful piece. I saw it too. I'm sorry. Okay. I need everybody to type in caught. Once again, all caps. Caught. CAUGHT. There you go. Also, Rosie the Cutie. Thank you for picking up your daily coin. One of my favorite emotes for real, though. Caught. Caught. Yep. That's what it looks like. Hands up. Oh, my. Stop it. Yeah, there it is. Caught. Oop. I saw you. I saw you thinking about it. Yep. There it is. I saw you thinking about it. You can't escape my eyes. All right. Beautiful piece. Everybody else, your head is in the gutter. Well, for those who did think about it anyway, I'm not talking about the people who didn't. I think I did a very different style than what I usually do. And I normally stretch everything at first, and I don't do landscapes, so it was a bit of a struggle. I think it came out really well, honestly. Like, is this digital or is it traditional art? Either way, though, I really like how the way it came out. Yeah, like I could not make something. Well, could I? Well, no, I don't think I could do. I don't have enough experience with layering in order to make the effect of the waterfall like this. So I think it came out really well, in my opinion. It looks great. You show this to somebody, they're probably gonna say, "Yeah, that's definitely a waterfall." But thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Sketch and it's digital, but I just started using the program, so I'm unfamiliar with it right now. I think you can only get better from here, right? If like you made this with the knowledge you have now, that means the next thing you make will be even better. Like you only continue to make masterpieces. So I think that's wonderful. Okie dokie. That actually is everybody. Do I want 4 p.m.? Maybe I want 2 p.m. actually. Let's see, 2 p.m. music. 12 p.m.? No. 11 a.m.? There we go. But yeah, this was a fun little night, guys. I know I didn't write anything tonight, but I'm kind of tired. Well, maybe let's see. Could I like hammer something out real quick? I think we're on number 13. You dang old sleep swan. I mean, I gotta be up before 8 a.m. tomorrow, so. Read it out loud. Figure it out. I understand. 5 more 1v1s in deadlock. Hey, getting hungry at 2:30 a.m. Oh, that's how you know it's time to go to bed. Like, I'm hungry. Oh, it's too late. I cannot. Like, make it a rule. Don't eat after midnight. It's such a bad idea. Just go to bed. Not my cats. They love 2:30. I had a cat before. I know how it is. Oh, I see. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Tender loving, I move in ways I don't move at all, but I fall in rivers of thought. It's not the water, but the air I breathe after I surface. I'm floating, rushed along, going rapid at will until the river has me going. The rocks are along the way. Forward is fast. I can't last like this. I'm falling like water, rapid and hard, tumbling and breathing and seeing the sky turn round. The sound is loud enough to drown out the doubt. I shout, only to swallow, knowing there's a moment where everything stops before I go, slow, but forward, chasing, tender loving. I care too much, but I love anyway. Say it back and chase waterfalls like dreams. Not bad. I think there was more I wanted to do, but honestly, maybe cutting it back, cutting it, like either stopping it there or cutting it back is actually might be more correct. A stage poem, not a page poem. He a poem boy. I mean, there's poems to be meant to be read, poems meant to be heard. I feel like this is one of those poems meant to be heard kinds, but it still works on the page too, actually, because the way it's written helps you read it, which is one of the things I like to do. I've done a Diabolical Angst comic is dub. Nice. My auto feeder goes off every 4 hours, and 2:30 just happens to be one of their times. Yeesh. Less is more sometimes. I agree. Cutting down poetry is so difficult sometimes. No, lie. I thought that you were going to recite lyrics for the TLC song. I mean, I was thinking about it. Don't go chasing waterfalls. You know? Hold on. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast. Something like that. I mean, it kind of works, honestly. You sing in your spare time? Have you never heard me sing before, actually? I was in an a cappella group for 5 years. I guess as a treat, I can sing like a little bit before I get out of here. That could work. One last treat. You only get one, though. Uh-huh. That song has infected our collective psyche. For me, though, it's less of the song and more of the scene from the other guys. So give me a second to set this up. Would y'all mind meeting over premise for book up and procrastinating for a few months? I mean, sure, if it's not too long, right? I'm trying to get out of here on time. You can either leave it, you can put it in the literature channel if you want us to type it out instead. Either way works. Don't go chasing waterfalls, rivers and the lakes that you used to. Nothing at all. And then after that, I gotta set this thing up real quick. I hope this works. Oh. Scrub is the guy that thinks he's fly and is also known as a buster. Always talking about what he wants and just sits on his broke ass. So no, I don't want your number, no. I don't wanna give you mine, and no, I don't wanna meet you nowhere, no. I don't want none of your time, and no, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Checking me, but this game is kinda weak, and I know that he cannot approach me. Cause I'm looking like class, looking like trash. Can we get a deadbeat ass? No, no, I don't want your number, no. I don't wanna give you mine, and no, I don't wanna meet you nowhere, no. I don't want none of your time, and no, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. If you don't have a car, you're walking. Oh yes, son, I'm talking to you. You live at home with your mama. Oh yes, son, I'm talking to you. You know, I don't know the rest of the song as well as I do with the first half, but that's okay. But hey, thank you for raiding with a party of 4. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Francois, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. But hey, welcome in. Scrub, no, 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 I don't want no scrub. A scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Well, you know how it goes, right? Have a good stream. You're off to sleep. Thank you, Raiders. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Please do get some rest. Otherwise, feel free to stick around now. Y'all know where to find me. Yeah, we're about to end the stream too, actually. But you know how it goes. So, if you like what I do, feel free to drop a follow. Either way is fine with me. This has been the weekly prompt. Don't go chasing waterfalls. You know, like the TLC song. Except we're not singing that one though. We're singing No Scrub because it's fun. You know how it goes. So, ready? No, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Yay! I said you would get 1. That was 1. Sorry. It was more like a half a song, to be honest with you, but that's okay. That's fine. Doing it too much would be bad. You know what I mean? Besides, that song is fun. Classic, true. Alright, shall we find somebody to raid? I think I know who I want to raid tonight. Let me take a look. Yep, I know where I would like to go today. I think it'd be fun. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. No, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging at the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. Scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging at the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. All right, follow me. Over here. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for spending time with me. I really appreciate it. if you're watching the VOD, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come see me. Hopefully I get to see you live one of these days. And as for the rest of you, we're gonna be rating Mukya VT, yeah, Mukya. Green-haired siren of the deep with a necrotic affliction that runs a cafe. Or at least will get you drinks, you know. Also does ASMR, does a lot of cool things. Currently playing Expedition 33 with other cool green-haired VTuber Ken Arashi. So yeah, go check it out. Here's the raid message. If you have the emotes, feel free to use. That's the one. If you don't have the emotes, feel free to use that one instead. Here's the one with the emotes. There we go. But yeah, that's about it for me. I'm not streaming tomorrow or Sunday. I need a break. Plus, I'm got a lot going on. It's fine though. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you Zozo. Thank you King Cow. Thank you Kinji. Thank you everybody for coming. For those that submitted stories, I really appreciate you. Hopefully go to do the same thing next week if I'm not busy. But yeah, that's about it for me. Next time stream will be Monday for Guilty Gear. But yeah, that's about it for me. My name is Francois, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye, Fever. Bye, Zozo. Bye, everybody. Bye, Kenji. Bye. Bye. Bye, worker. Bye, everybody. See you later.